Shalom, Brukuba. Welcome. We are not here with the Jew yet. Can you guys hear this? Oh, we can. All right, making sure
Play that when he
soundboard
comes
actually
on.
works.
Are you going to play that when he comes on?
If I were to bring reasonable evidence that the Prophet Muhammad, that he was a true prophet, would you be willing to become a Muslim?
How about no? I don't buy your Allah.
All right. Anyway, yeah, I'll play that as soon as he hops. I really need some
Army
extra
pages.
Jewy music.
Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom.
You need to play
I
that
gotta get
one.
the-
Oh,
Man.
I got a good song. I'm thinking of
What's
by
it called?
Benel and Static. Static and Benel.
What is it called?
I'm not thinking of Two Day Bomb.
It's the
Anyway,
dang.
I'm amusing myself.
It's the dang Jewish song that
These guys got
Everyone knows.
That one.
No,
That's the only Jewish song I know.
hang on.
You're the
There's
only
a-
10 I
it's
see.
Yeah, no, it is that. It's the Hava Nagila. Sorry, thank you. Hava Nagila.
Yeah, that one.
Yes. Yeah.
Hava
Hava Nagila. Yeah,
into
sorry.
it. Yeah. Have a tequila. Thank you, brother. I am a teetotaler. I don't drink alcohol, but I will.
You said a teetotaler? What does that mean?
Totally.
Man, I had a.
Someone who doesn't drink alcohol.
I wanted to do a
You
debate.
tote teas. A debate with me?
No, a debate review of Cora, and I wanted to have it where we drink every time she says beautiful or perfect.
That would be so unfortunate. What would we be drinking?
It'd have to be beer.
would
If we
die.
did Liquor.
I
we'd
was
be
gonna say it
dead.
would have to be like one of those Smirnoff Lights or something like that, bro.
No, that could
Literally
be
dead.
sick. With all that sugar.
Well, I mean, I can handle the sugar.
Oh, really? You're younger
I
than
mean, I
me.
could subject myself to something else. Like I could pop in a warhead every time it happens, and just my
Yeah, but
mouth
that's enjoyable.
melts.
Yeah, you'd have to.
Oh,
Not when
man.
you have like 20 of them in your mouth at one time, which is what Muhammad said in the Menavels. Anyway, thank you, Randy, for the gifted membership. Oh wait, all right, hold on.
Oh, hey.
Oh, it worked. It worked.
He had his face ready.
I have my own theme song now.
Yeah, I want to get
You
like a
do.
walk on.
Oh man, I gotta make that.
I had
All
the
right,
tiger
that's
was
the,
copyrighted.
Is that the Sham or Sharia? Is that what that is? I recognize
That
that.
is the Shamashree. You're correct.
Oh boy, okay.
Yeah. All right, everyone watching on my stream, quick, go to Christian Gadfly's stream instead of my stream, because I'm currently making zero money off of any views, and he needs the watch hours. So,
Yeah, I'm so close to monetizing. Have you already monetized? Chris?
oh yeah, been
Yeah.
monetized for a year. Like I got almost 2,000 watch hours the day after the first stream I did with David.
Oh wow.
Because like 20,000 people or it was like 8,000 people watched my full like 45-minute video on the Talmudic dilemma, and then the two streams I did immediately after were like 2-3 hours each.
and he let,
so
he
I
let you
just-
stream along with him.
No, that was by myself.
Oh, okay. Oh, but he came
People
on.
were
to-
so- I went on to his show in October.
uh-huh.
He
I got
plugged.
monetized in
Yeah.
November. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
People were just interested in the argument.
I'm at
Speaking of which-
3,729. So I'm inching
My
my
book
way
is
there.
getting done. I'm very excited about the book being done. You have no idea. Anywho, we gonna be going through John today. Also, only 3 people have went over to Christian Gadfly's stream for mine. Go now, sirs.
Oh.
Excuse you. Also, the Jersey Shore hair blowout. You looking
Did
cute?
he super
can
chat
look cute, feel
you,
cute.
Chris? Was
Yeah,
that?
he did. But
Why did he?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I guess. Never mind. You can't. Yeah. Never
is he
mind.
not monetized?
You're not monetized yet.
I also made a new format. We're really small, but I was thinking it might be better for actually reading the Bible, and doing other forms of presentations without the chat destroying it. Let me resize real quick. Edit. Us. Thicka. Thicka.
It sounds like you're saying a bad word, Chris. What are you saying?
It sounds like two bad words
I want
in
it
one.
thicker.
Right.
Thicker than a snicker.
Working
Save.
harder
What's
makes
up,
you
my
better.
Update. All right. I'll put myself on the bottom because I'm the least important. All right, there we go. And we got the Jew on top because finances, and then the lawyer under him because he's
finances.
basically a Jew.
It's trickle down economics, trickle down theology.
This is
Right.
Not in the
trickle down
sense.
Judaism.
Oh, they didn't trickle.
Anyway, how's everyone doing? How's everyone's day been? Before we jump into John,
Chris may be
Boss,
a
wanna
bit
do that?
quiet, Robert, but
am I quiet? Quiet?
Never. I
mean,
like
you're-
a little bit
I can
too
hear you,
ominously
for sure.
dark. How do
What about now?
maybe no, I'm at 100%.
What about now?
You sound good to me.
Am I too loud? All right, I turned up to 170.
Now I hear your
We'll
air
see.
conditioner.
Too loud.
No,
Is that mine? You know, let me unplug this.
That's yours.
Oh,
Is that suddenly way better?
why?
All right, everyone
There we go.
sounds good. All right, let's go.
Sound good. We look good, play good.
Looking cute, feeling cute. Let's get into it. So we're going to be going through 3 chapters today with 4 people. I have no idea how it's going to go. But I do want to finish John. We went through a lot of John 21 last time because of the neat thing with John 18, with the charcoal coming up in 21. So I don't know how much we'll go through 21. So it's going to be mostly 1920 today. If you're interested in 21, we discussed all the stuff with Peter last week. We will probably just talk about the Thomas bit. And then the final paragraph that some people take extremely literally for no reason.
She's very precious. Look
Oh,
at
also, I'm on the
baby
wrong format.
dog. Oh my
Ooh.
goodness.
How much
She looks so
just make-
precious.
Yeah, there
For
we go.
those just listening, we're looking at some
Oh.
kind of strange animal on a bed.
it's like a
void.
clump.
Yes,
She's
It's an
so
adorable
precious.
clump.
I must take pictures.
she's very cute. All right,
Oh my
let's
God.
hop into it. So then Pilate took Jesus and flogged him. And when the soldiers twisted together a crown of thorns, they put it on his head and a purple robe on him.
Pause there. Wait, are we doing? Let's do the commentary as we go. What do thorns
Sure.
make you think of?
Sin.
Yeah, where have thorns popped up in the Bible before?
Genesis.
Sin.
Yeah, what was their context in Genesis?
Result
Sin.
of sin.
Yeah, the curse. And so here
Mhm.
Jesus is taking the curse on himself. But in this cool irony of ironies, the curse is also what is making him king.
Mm-hmm.
And so the Bible here in the Greek, it uses enthronement language for him being put up on the cross. Also, this crown is made of the curse,
Mm-hmm.
the thorns of the curse.
I don't think I can zoom in. Oh, I can't.
Is
All
that
right,
the shroud?
I'll just leave that up. Yeah, it's the shroud.
Yeah.
So I did a video on the shroud last year. Pretty based video going through the evidence we have for it. I did want to bring up the nail or the crown of thorns. So let me bring that up real quick.
Yeah, I would. I don't know where everyone else is. I guess I can infer where Chris is on this. I would love for the shroud to be real. I'm not convinced, but I'm not convinced. But
That's where I am.
I'm pretty convinced myself.
Okay.
Actually doing the research on it. The
what are you
primary thing that's
inferring that I
really
didn't do the research, Chris. It's Monday
Yes.
night and we just started. Go easy.
Simmer down, everybody. Simmer down. If y'all act good this whole live stream, I'll give you each a cookie at the end.
Okay. If you want to check out the reasons why I think the shroud is authentic, you can check out that 40-minute video detailing all the evidence we have for it. It's a lot.
Hold on.
Hold on now.
Is that a picture of Steven?
Before I started
Quite the
slicking my hair
compliment.
back.
That'd be funny if you had that ready, like a picture of Steven done as a negative. Oh wait, sorry, this is the wrong one. And then you like go to the actual shroud.
That'd be pretty fun. I don't think I ever showed this. I'm sharing the window. Yeah, okay. I don't think I
this
ever
the
showed this
back?
on stream. Yeah, this is the back of his head.
Oh, cool. I've never seen the back of the shroud.
Oh, really? Then you have his butt cheeks too. There you go.
Oh, what do you know?
Cheeks of our Lord.
Why do you
where
pray
is-
that it's not real?
What? Who said?
Carol.
Oh, Carol. I pray that it isn't real, but it may be. God may have more faith in human beings than I do. I'm curious, Carol,
does
why
that
you
mean?
would say you think it's not real.
Also,
Um,
I don't know if the Lord has any more or less faith in human beings, but
I'm never gonna find this.
I'm not going to leave early, the mule. And so the mule's
Fine.
talking some nonsense over here. I came over from defending a Lions live, but if Gadfly leaves early, I swear I'll eat spaghetti from the watcher's belly. Listen, I was up late last night. Did y'all know that David, not David, well, he was there. AP had me on a stream for the first time last night.
Oh, really?
So
I didn't see
they had
that.
this really good stream. It was awesome. It was like 5 hours. That was great. And then at the last 30 minutes, I came in and it went to crap. And
I wonder what. Why would that happen?
where's the
they were
common
like, well,
denominator?
this is a lawyer, so he'll have something to contribute. And I got in there and they're like, what do you have to say? I was like, I have nothing to say. And then it just like got awkward and dumb. But it was good before I showed up. But anyway, we were up way too late because Eric texted me the link and I was already in bed. So I come out and I get on there and then I was up late. And so I'm super tired on this one, but I'm going to stick it through because I need to get monetized before January because I'm going to lose. In January, I had like this video that did like 10,000 views. I'm going to lose that in January and I'm cooked if that happens. Because then in February, they're going to make it where you need 8,000 hours to get monetized.
Oof.
Yeah, I'll never get that. I'll never be that popular. I'm hoping there's enough weird like schizo D&D type Christians out there that'll get on here and watch my stuff all the way to 4,000 hours. But we'll see.
Yeah. So again, for the people watching on my channel, go watch on his channel. You can do your super chats here if you want. I need a new camera.
And
But,
I can't receive super chats anyway, so don't worry about it.
Yeah. All right. Other format. So the crown of thorns. We have all these puncture wounds on both sides of his head, on the front and on the back. On the back, you see a lot more of them because it was like a crown around it. And you have all these puncture wounds all up on the side and down it. You have all the scourging. If I remember correctly, there's like 200 wounds on his body. Then you have the nails on the ankles that bled through on the front and the back.
What's the worst
pretty
head
cool.
wound you've ever gotten, Chris? Because head wounds, they
I
bleed
got hit in the
bad.
head by maybe some internal bleeding. I got hit in the head with a baseball bat.
Did it bleed?
My face did, but my head didn't.
What part of your face bled?
Lips and ear.
How'd you get hit with a baseball bat?
I don't know if I can legally tell us.
Okay, don't tell me. The worst head wound I ever got was at a party in college. I wasn't even drinking, but I was running like an idiot. And I ran and somebody lifted up a beer bottle right as I was running and it clotheslined me and it cut my head a little bit. Forehead wounds bleed like crazy. It looks like I've been hit.
Scalp is bad.
Yeah, so imagine the amount of blood coming out from the thorns. If you look at the shroud there, it's like a disproportionate amount of blood all around the head versus on the body where he was scourged. It's because head wounds bleed like crazy.
Well, and am I remembering
You have a lot of blood
or
up there.
not remembering? Am I quoting a reliable source that that this crown of thorns was more what we would consider a helmet of thorns, not like a
Yeah.
not like a
No,
band,
it wasn't
but more
the
like
strip. It was
a basket.
Yeah. It's a basket of thorns that they then hammered into his skull. So it was not just placed on him, it was part of the suffering, it was part of the pain. So they were puncturing parts of his skull with these long, pretty messed up thorns, and then ripped off a lot of his flesh. Which I guess I could describe it right now.
Well, and
Pretty
if
much what
anybody's
happens
ever had the misfortune of seeing what happened to Mussolini, where he suffered similar abuse at the hands of the mob of people, and if you've seen those photos, you know that the swelling and everything is a little bit it's a little bit unbelievable.
Oh, have you seen the pictures of Edmund Till?
Yeah.
Who is
Same
that?
kind
Yeah,
of deal.
you can
That was that
you
black
can
boy
swell
who
pretty hard.
he got
Yeah, he was
accused of
in-
whistling at a white woman, and
Yeah.
then they lynched him.
After
Beating him.
after they brutalized his body.
Mm.
Yes.
I'm gonna look up dead Mussolini, but y'all keep talking about the Bible.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, so they ripped off his flesh with the cat o' nine tails, which had a bunch of little barbs embedded in the tail of the whip. This would cause your blood vessels to vasodilate. So basically, they become oxygen rich. So it makes your nerve endings more sensitive. And because of that, you actually experience more pain. So they would beat you in a way that caused you to become more sensitive, not less sensitive, and then ripped off your flesh in the process to make it excruciatingly painful. The word itself for excruciate comes from to crucify. So it's like the word we have for the most painful thing you can imagine is from crucifixion. So you have the beating that happened there. He got punched, he got slapped, he got his beard ripped out, which one person on the panel can testify how painful that is.
It's rough.
It's not great. And then he was stripped naked, fully naked, had his dangly bits out, and then was nailed into the wood. There's debate on whether he was nailed with his hands tied or if he was just nailed and the nails themselves were what was supporting his weight. It appears like he was nailed into his wrist bone, which is relevant for two different reasons. The nerve that runs from here, your funny bone nerve, the one like that hurts so bad whenever it hits, that nerve actually goes up right here. So whenever you nail there, you're actually nailing into that nerve. So imagine having a nail go through your funny bone and then having to pull your full weight on it, do a pull-up on that nerve every time you want to breathe. That's what was happening to Jesus on the cross. Plus, since his back was ripped off, a lot of the times people's organs would spill out during this process, but because his back was so destroyed in the process, they would splinter the wood all the way up. So every time you moved, you would get wood shavings going into your body. So it's an agonizing process. And then they would give you a little bit of a sedative to make you live longer to prolong the punishment. So people could be up there
which
for
they
hours.
gave to the Lord.
Mm-hmm.
Which they
explicitly.
did. Yes, the gall.
Right.
Yeah.
When was that recorded in Matthew?
I think
Don't
it's in
remember which
2,
one.
isn't it? Because they describe it a little bit differently. One says like vinegar and something, and then the other one says.
Well, I think those were two
gall mixed
different.
with wine.
Oh, John has it.
John has it. So from my understanding, those were two different occasions. One of them he was given the gall to drink to numb like some of the pain and so that he would live longer and suffer. And then the other one was whenever he died and cried out, "I thirst."
Oh, okay.
All right. And then he said, it is finished.
That's right. You could say that you can harmonize them, just say that it was sour wine mixed with gall. like vinegar and gall mixed together as a sedative, which whenever those things react within your body, it does produce the sedative effect. Or you could split it out into two. By the way, they did this in order for people to experience more pain and live longer on the suffering.
What
So
is
people can ask them
gall?
what they did. It is your intestinal lining. It's what makes your poop smooth and come out easy. It's also a digestive aid. Animals, we use animal gall a lot. There's even a report by Marco Polo that they would use Tyrannosaurus Rex gall in China, which is kind of fun. But gall's been used traditionally for medicines, for a variety of things. The gall bladder inside your body is what produces gall, and then it lines your large and small intestine, if I remember correctly. But it's the bile, it's the liquid that produces the yellow bile within your digestive tract.
So when they're telling
So-
Jesus, "Hey, drink this up. We got some gall here in a bucket." What is that from?
Well, the
A
vinegar would
pig
have
or a
been
cow or whatever.
Oh.
so the vinegar would have been on hand because they use that to like wash themselves. But the gall was specially kind of for that purpose.
Well, then we
Which
must
you
know
would-
that
That's
the gall
why I
was
think
from
it's
a,
two
kosher
different-
animal.
That's why I think it's two different occasions.
Maybe. It was Romans doing it, so they might have done unkosher. Who knows?
Yeah, but Jesus couldn't have had
That's
it
true.
if it was from an unkosher source,
That's
because that
true.
would have been sin.
So you have that. You also have galls on trees, but that's not the specific thing that's happening. It's usually from bile. So like if you infect a tree, they will produce galls, but it's a different object and idea entirely. Although, if you've seen my worm video, the galls that are produced by the live oak of the crimson bearer tree, that gall actually like heals your heart and has like other medicinal properties. So anyway,
Chris, is gall, is that the same thing as like a burl? Is that like when we get burls in the wood, like those weird tumorous growths? Or is that a different thing?
pretty much. I think it's the same thing. Tree gall versus a burl. They differ in their formation and cause, but they're pretty much the same thing. Galls are usually caused by like insects, and like
Right.
there's actually some insects that deliberately infect trees to produce gall because they can eat it. So
So
it's like a food source that trees make.
Canuck brings up a point that I had understood gall to be a form of myrrh
That's what
that they
Grok is
use as
saying.
an anesthetic. Yeah.
I just typed it in. Grok is saying it. It's resin from myrrh, and then it could also be bitter herbs such as wormwood or other narcotic or bitter plants. Like
Okay, and I wonder if that's maybe what Chris is more saying, the wormwood
For the tree galls.
that'd be
I mean, I
interesting
know
if
for
it
a
was-
fact they use animal gall, huh?
Oh, if it was myrrh, there'd be parallelism with the gifts that he got when he was born.
Which that in and of itself is for like embalming, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So that's
yes.
again a
but
part of his death because it's the embalming fluid.
it can also be
So you,
used
you have it
differently.
as his life because it's expensive, and then not his death because it is, embalming him or anointing his body.
What were you saying, Chase? It can also be what?
It can also be an anesthetic. I mean, that was my understanding before.
Anyway, that's an overview of crucifixion. So then Pilate took Jesus and flogged him. When the soldiers twisted a crown of thorns, they put it on his head and put purple robe on him. The purple robe is obviously signifying his kingship. You can also say it like signifies his divinity, but the kingness of Jesus.
The royalty.
Mm-hmm. That's the word I was thinking of. There you go. That's the normal way to speak. I do words good. I do words for a living. And also don't
Everybody
know why
get
my
Chris's book.
my book will do word good. I promise.
This
Yes.
book have very good words in it. Yes.
Yes. Anyway, So then they were coming to him and saying, "Hail, King of the Jews," and we were giving him slaps in the face. This is recorded in Mark, and John actually omits one of the key details. This is part of the long series of things of coincidences. What's the term? Undesigned coincidences. Yeah. So you have a variety of gospel authors, a variety of witnesses talking about things that they did have. And then this is John's own account. He was physically present watching them beat Jesus and putting the crown of thorns on his head. So he is watching Jesus go through this. And it's interesting that he doesn't have some of the details that the earlier gospels do have, but they all coalesce very easily. There's a very easy way to harmonize the gospels in pretty much all accounts. There's only like 5 or 10 places where the harmonization is a little hard. Other than that, it's very easy to harmonize the accounts of the gospels. And Pilate came out again and said to them, "Behold, I am bringing him."
Sorry, you mentioned that it left out a detail, and I thought you were going to mention it, but if not, I would be more than happy to.
Go for it.
So the detail being that they would blindfold him and slap him, and then, like, growing up in the old Southern church, they'd slap him and then they'd spin him around, and then they would say, "Prophesy, son of David, who was the one that slapped you?"
Mhm.
And I remember something that always stuck with me was that one of the preachers growing up that I heard, he spoke on this, and he said, the Lord Jesus could not only have told who slapped him, but what their moms and dads' maiden names and last names and how old they were and their sons' names. And he was like, he could have told them everything about them. He could have told them things that they didn't even know about themselves, but he was silent before them.
Yeah, it's pretty based. So Pilate came out again and said to him, "Behold, I am bringing him out to you so that you may know that I find no guilt in him." Highlight that for future. Jesus then came out wearing the crown of thorns and the purple robe. Pilate said to them, "Behold the man." So when the chief priests and the officers saw him, they cried out, saying, "Crucify, crucify." Pilate said to them, "Take him yourselves and crucify him, for I find no guilt in him." The Jews answered him, "We have a law, and by that law he ought to die, because he made himself out to be the Son of God." And this I went over in my high Christology stream that was pretty based. This is really bothering me. I can't. All right, I'm going to reset logos real quick. But I did a little dang called a high Christology stream that was 6 hours. It was pretty cool. And I went through how in the Talmud you have a requirement for the judges that you have to have the person specifically say the name of God, or you can't execute them for claiming to be God. So in Jesus, in the court scene in Mark 14, 62 and 63, we have Jesus explicitly saying, "I am, and behold, you will see the Son of Man sitting at the right hand of the power, come in the clouds of King or heaven." That phraseology is showing that he is God, and because they have that view of the death penalty, they interpreted it as him claiming to be God as well. So the fact that they're saying, "Hey, he claimed to be the Son of God," or he claimed to be God, he's blaspheming. They were only saying this because of him claiming to be God.
Yeah, and the phrase, a lot of people who try to find a way around the divinity claim in this say, well, there in the Old Testament, there's all sorts of places where God calls Israel his son, and so, or we're all sons of God, and this and that. But that none of that is a capital crime. Here, they're particularly appealing to the capital crime of blasphemy. And so it doesn't mean the same thing. That's why the English translation we're looking at does well to have the Son there capitalized, because it's the Son of God. It's not the same thing, because Jews wouldn't have had a problem if he were claiming to be a Son of God in the way that, like, Muslims will tell you that that people are sons of God in a certain way, that they were created, or they rely on God as the parent. the Son of God is a particular claim, and Chris, like Chris mentioned, he went over that with even like the high priest tearing his garments and everything. This is a very specific claim, and it would be blasphemous if he wasn't who he said he was. So it's not the same thing. People, when they oversimplify and say, well, we're all sons of God, or we're all children of God, that's not why this was a big deal.
And I've heard Bart Ehrman say that Son of God is just a messianic title, because he had a more of a low Christology when he wrote the book that I was reading. And that might be true potentially, but contextually, you have to look at how people are reacting to what he's saying.
Right.
They're not reacting like he's just claiming to be the Messiah.
Right.
He's obviously claiming something more. If all that title is that, well, then he has redefined the title around himself by the way that he's living his life.
Mm-hmm.
No, Messiah in the Old Testament is God.
It's true. He's from
the
Ancient of Days.
Messiah. There are messiahs, like David was a messiah.
Right.
Because
Cyrus.
There's the indefinite and there's the definite Messiah.
Yeah, there are anointed ones for sure. But the Messiah that is talked about in Ezekiel, Isaiah, and Jeremiah, all of these passages which explicitly claim for this Messiah to be God, he's only one man.
Right.
Also, the same guy who's spoken of in Psalm 2 and Psalm 110, where not only is he called his son, but he's also called his Lord.
Right.
Macintosh, are you watching on Gadfly's channel?
No. Go to Gadfly's channel.
You should go to Gadfly's
Thank
channel.
you, though. Yes.
Busted.
We're giving him all the watch time.
Get him with the ruler.
Yeah. Oh, I was going to make an additional comment that I entirely forgot what it was. I don't know.
Well, I find that
We'll come
statement
back to
wholly uninteresting, Chris, and I don't know why you said it. Anyway, what are we talking about?
Yeah. Gotta get my Jesuses in a row. That's gonna not make it. I have a collection of the little Jesus figurines.
Clip that.
Okay. Therefore, when Pilate heard the statement, he became more afraid. It was in response to the Jews. So the Jews immediately knew that he was the Messiah because he was doing the messianic miracles that were prophesied to be messianic. They accepted him as the Messiah. They were very happy that he was the Messiah. They were about to make him king. And then he claimed to be God, and all of a sudden the mood shifted. So you can see in all of the Gospels this instant acceptance of him claiming to be Messiah, being Messiah. They're like, yeah, the Messiah is finally here. And then he's like, yeah, and I'm also God. And they're like, what? And then they like ask him questions like, hey, what do you mean by that? And they ask him more questions like, what do you mean by that? And they ask him more questions, and he's like, hey, I'm God. And they're like, all right, we need to kill you. So they fully accepted him as Messiah and rejected him as God. So Bart Ehrman's idea of, Son of God just means Messiah is very stupid if you actually read the Gospels in context.
That's interesting. I've never thought of that, like looking at everybody's waving palm branches and singing Psalm 118, and then a week later they're all ready to kill him. Well, you have to look at the temple dialogues to try to make sense of that. And there's a lot of the high Christology arguments there. So when you're talking about that one psalm, the Lord said to my Lord, let my make
sit in my right hand, I'll make your enemies.
Yeah. And I did a video on Mark 10:18 recently where, and also I texted you guys in the chat. Chase, you weren't in it yet, so I'll just tell you right now. In 10:18, he says, why do you call me good? Only God is good. And so the way that Jesus is teaching there, it could look like Jesus is trying to say, I'm not God. But then Jesus employs the same sort of teaching whenever he says, how can the Messiah be David's son if David calls him Lord?
He calls him his Lord.
Yeah, Jesus isn't, the point of the conversation isn't for you to go away and go, well, I guess the Messiah isn't David's son, right? The point of the conversation is to grasp the paradox of he's Lord and he's the son of David.
Mm.
Just like with the other conversation, the paradox is that he's good, right? So he's
Mhm.
God, but then he's also a man.
Yep.
Because then he tells him
I mean, we
afterward,
got so many.
sell everything and follow me. You know, that's
Mhm.
his way to be perfect. Well, obviously he's good if you're following him to become perfect.
And if he knows how you can become perfect.
Yeah.
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 Bible pretty cool. So he became afraid. This also gets into an undesigned coincidence with him being afraid because his wife had that dream. And he's like, hey, I don't want anything to do with this. Let's maybe not.
So
And-
to answer Edgar, in a way, yes, the Jews were expecting two messiahs. There's the idea of Messiah ben Joseph and Messiah ben David, the one,
Mhm.
the suffering Messiah and the kingly one, because they had to make sense. Oh, sorry. They had to
the
Okay.
Dead Sea Scrolls.
they had to make sense of the idea of the Psalm 110 Messiah who comes after having had been, his enemies having been made his footstool, coming down and reigning and ruling out of Jerusalem. And then also with the Isaiah 53 Messiah who comes in and suffers for the sins of his people. And so when you try and make those two together, as a Jew back then, I probably would have also come to the same conclusion. Be like, man, there's this talking about two different people, not understanding that it was talking about the same person, just two different advents of that same person.
And that
Yeah,
is a
you
very
felt
common
bad.
view. There's a bunch of different views that they had about what the Messiah would be exactly, even within the Essenes. So there isn't just like one standard view, but the one that Chase is mentioning is the one that's in the Damascus Scroll of the Dead Sea Scrolls, which is like one of their biggest books. It's like their
Yep.
entry book. So that's very bread and buttery, probably very vanilla Essene theology. But we can't really know a whole lot more first century Jewish theology because all of our sources are from older than that. But I bet the Essenes were pretty close in their eschatology to other Jews living in Jerusalem. They're pretty close by.
Mhm.
So yeah, he's right. There are two different messiahs, and then there's even a Melchizedek scroll, and
So-
in that one, Melchizedek is seen to be the Messiah, and he brings redemption of sins, and he's called Yahweh.
Mhm.
So Canuck brings up another good point that
Yeah, I was gonna
yes,
mention this.
they did also have this idea that, well, if we're good, we'll get Messiah ben David, but if we're bad, we'll get Messiah ben Joseph, because they thought their ideas of like atonement for sins and everything was very similar, but it was also a little bit different because they're like, well, why would Messiah ben Joseph come if we accept him and everything? There would be no need for suffering. We would unite the nations and everybody would come and worship on Zion, like it says in Ezekiel. But instead, they get Messiah ben Joseph at the first advent. They just didn't understand that it was the same, just two different advents.
Oh, and here's
Well, the
one
reason
more
why they
thing.
come up with that. All right,
Let me
my
say
point?
this real quick. One more thing common in all of the Jewish eschatology is that God's going to appear in Zion, but
Right.
they did
Yes.
not necessarily, or I don't see it in here.
Through the
Other than the
the Spirit.
Melchizedek scroll, maybe where God is the Messiah, and that's how he
Mhm.
comes. Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
So there is a very important caveat to what Chase and Canuck brought up. There's two different descriptions of the coming of the Messiah in the Old Testament. One coming on the clouds and one riding on a donkey. And they understood that in two different ways. One, it's the same figure coming in different reasons, or it's two different figures, one on a donkey and one in the clouds, and they can both come. Later rabbis actually say that both of them are going to come. Joseph will come first, and then David will come second. But right whenever Jesus came, they actually had this view of, some of them believed it was one figure, but he will come on a donkey if we're unworthy of him. He will come riding on the clouds if we're worthy of him. So you have that caveat as well of Jesus came riding on a donkey because they were not worthy of them. Like,
Right. Which to me makes decent sense of why the Lord Jesus preaches the gospel of the kingdom for the majority of the gospels, because it was a genuine offer to the children of Israel that they could have had the kingdom right then. That's what he wanted for them, but they did not want him. So that's why he came low and on riding on the colt of a donkey and not on the clouds of heaven.
The Trinity is based. The Trinity is also true. So you also have when Jesus like enters and approaches Jerusalem, he's like there's the lament that he gives in Luke of "Oh Jerusalem, Jerusalem, you who kill the prophets and
How long to have you under my wings, like a hen with her chicks.
How long have I wanted you?" Yeah, it's so beautiful.
Which is making himself Yahweh, by the way, because that's Yahweh.
Is yes, it is,
and that's Isaiah too, isn't it, Chris? Is that Isaiah?
I believe so. That, or
if you're just going to guess, it's probably Isaiah, because that was like his favorite book, man. He was quoting it all the time. But I'm not sure off the top of my head. Chris, I think you're the first one I ever heard say Isaiah is the gospel of the Old Testament, or the
fifth gospel.
Yeah, it's the fifth gospel.
I had never noticed Jeremiah 23 until the Uthman debate. Did y'all see that with Elijah?
Really? You've never noticed that before?
Now here
What do
it
you
comes
mean?
into my ear.
You said Jeremiah 23?
Christian, your song has been stuck in my head since you.
My song. That's your song too.
My family, they're like, I can't get it out of my head.
My daughters sing along with it. They love it.
Yeah, mine too.
Yeah.
The Uthman song? Yeah.
Yeah.
This is apparently the wings under wings for Yahweh is from Ruth, chapter 2, verse 12. So we were all wrong. I think we could have all gotten 12 guesses and none of us would have done Ruth.
Oh, wow. That is the one I think I was thinking of.
Yeah, this is apparently from Ruth, not from Isaiah.
Interesting.
Kills the prophets.
Yeah, it did. Brutal. It's also Matthew that here, not to Luke.
Well, now I don't have to. I don't have to be so steadfast on my my bladatory fortitude. Now that we've got Chase here, I can.
You can do your live streams whenever you want now.
Did you have a bass in your lap this whole time?
No, it's a.
He has like 15. He has 15 guitars.
Chris has been in here. My habitat.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna find a picture.
Okay.
Yeah. While you guys are
I got another live stream to attend to.
I gotta find this.
Oh wait, no, now I can't. I gotta. That's the infamous green burst Les Paul. I've never seen one of those, Christian. So that's very cool.
Yeah, thank you. It's like from the 90s, I think is what
I was going to say, because I've had all the catalogs and everything. I've never seen a green burst Epiphone Les Paul, so that's very cool. But
thank you.
I'm losing my. I've had 4 kids, so my bladder's not so good these days. I'll be right back.
See ya.
All right, I'm gonna show the picture while you're leaving. There we go. So that's me and him in the shack. And that was after I had forced him to touch me. That sounds a little odd, but so that was the first picture. And his wife hugged me, his daughters hugged me, the kind of like sister stuff. Anyway, she also hugged me. I'm not gonna get into the specifics of his family. Anyway, we all we were chatting for like an hour into it, like, oh, let's go look into the shack. He had yet to touch me. He never gave me a hug. I was like, you know what? Fine. So that's his fear in his eyes from touching me for the first time. While we take a picture, because I grab him, I Me Too'd him a little bit. But yeah, you can see the wood in the background there. And this shack, I kid you not, that my camera was fully zoomed out and was against the wall. So this shack is so small, you can actually touch the wall in front of him. He has like a room that is maybe like 2 feet wide by like 5 or 4 feet long. It cannot fit 3 humans in it He is sitting. He's sitting on the floor.
You can't
Just
even lay down in it.
no, you can't. It's too small. And then on the wall opposite of it, he has like 30 guitars, just like vertically stacked one after the other after the other. So,
What's the lore behind his profile picture being Christian Gadfly?
oh yeah, it's a thing. All right, we're gonna have to do the impersonation whenever he gets back. He can hear us from now, by the way. He listens to us while he live streams.
There was a while there after I had my son where I couldn't join the live streams forever. So Steven had to kind of be me and him at the same time
Right.
to make up for it.
Yeah, I need to up my beard game. I know, like my beard compared to his beard is so bad. It's just really not comparable. Like, look at this beauty.
Yeah.
The sheer embarrassment.
Us Northern
happening there.
Europeans can tend to have beard deficiency problems. So like I know like for me it wouldn't be all that difficult for me to get this to grow out more, but it wouldn't look right if I didn't have all of this. But I cannot physically grow beard hair on this part of my body. It does not grow. So I can't, like, it wouldn't work for me. I'm waiting for that day.
Sounds like a skill issue.
I want to have at least a full goatee at one point. That would be great. But it's just apparently not in the cards at the moment.
See, your youthfulness is just making all of our backs hurt whenever you talk about not being able to grow the beard there. I know. What is not a succubus? 'Cause that's gay. What demon sucks the life force out of another without it being Zuri?
What demon? Man,
A lick. Yeah, I want to.
Oh, a lick? Okay.
Lich. Yeah.
No, they're called licks.
No. Yeah, licks.
I thought they were liches, like the Lich King.
Liches? Yeah.
Like,
I have no idea. If it's
Lich-
German, it could be
I don't
Irish.
actually know how it's pronounced.
I'm not D&D enough for that. But
Liches and bows.
anyway,
That's what you could say.
Yeah, it is lich.
Liches and bows.
Witch, itch, and
liches
ditch.
and bows. Yeah, but okay. So the incubus is still a bit zooty. I'm not gonna say I'm gonna incubus you. That's still
Succubus is the female one, right?
Yeah.
yeah. Neither
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
the
want to
one
do
you
either of
originally
those to
said, I
chase.
think.
Yeah. Well, I said I'm not gonna say that. Not that I want to say that.
Man, you've been dancing
I
all
never
around
said
gayness
that
this whole time.
all. Okay, Canuck. I never said that all Northern Europeans have problems. I'm just saying that it's not like Arabs. Arabs tend to have no problem with beards.
Put a little
Indian
miracle grow on
people
there.
Tend to have no.
It's just because of
problem.
Allah.
Like
Succubus.
certain, but like some of us just are. Yeah.
I get so tired of like when you have kids, you get sick all the time and there's boogers everywhere and it gets stuck in your mustache. It's like, you know what? I'm not doing this anymore.
So yeah, you have to make sure your mustache is nice and uniform and trimmed, so that way it's not hard to get this stuff out. I like my mustache a lot, actually. I'm very proud of it.
I look like I'm 15 when I shave my beard, but I don't get boogers stuck in my mustache, and so it's worth it. And I'd rather get
Your
carded
boogers
by
or your kids' boogers?
my own boogers.
That's crazy.
Huh.
How come you be getting
I get both.
stuck in there?
Because you blow them out and the mustache is right there ready to catch it.
Well, that's you
I get
using
that.
tissue. Or you do in the shower
No,
where
I
you
mean-
can just like
No, outside with a tissue, it still gets in my mustache. It's just not
If-
worth it.
that
if you
is
lived in a
skill issue.
location where it snowed, whenever you shovel snow with a beard or a mustache, you
That does
get
good.
the runny nose, and then the runny nose freezes,
in the
and then you have frozen snot in your mustache, so you then have to thaw whenever
The-
you get back inside.
Shave it all off.
Very fun.
So the worst
Yeah.
part is whenever you wear a gaiter, but it's not a good gaiter, and your beard hairs like prickly into you, like back into your face whenever you wear it,
Oh, yeah.
or they like poke out. It's great. It's my favorite. They do too use
They don't
tissues in
use
the
tissue.
South.
No, we just use our own facial hair. Hey, same actually. Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah, it is
We had
pretty terrible.
Arctic snow.
That was me during
Yes, an
COVID.
polar vortex.
Dog, who is that?
That was me during
You
COVID.
look like a pirate. Wait,
Well,
did you braid it
I
to be a
twisted
pirate?
my beard into a bunch of different little tentacles because I was
Nice.
I was in a weird mood.
Yeah.
No,
So-
we don't use handkerchiefs.
Therefore, when Pilate heard this statement, he became more afraid, and he entered into the praetorium again and said to Jesus, "Where are you from?" But Jesus gave him no answer. Also interesting, like the whole idea of you're not going to know where the Messiah is from, which is not technically from the Bible, but Pilate doesn't know where he's from. Cute little detail.
So sorry, you know what I thought was interesting? I don't know if you guys talked about this. I think you guys did, but that reminded me of something, and I'm sure I definitely already missed this part. But whenever Herod asks, "Hey guys, where is the Messiah supposed to come from?" and they're like, "Oh, he's supposed to come out of Bethlehem Ephrathah," right? They know exactly where he's coming from. And then later they're like, "It can't be Jesus. Search the scriptures." Okay, he doesn't come out of Nazareth, and it's like, dude, we already discussed this. Like, you already said that he was coming from Bethlehem. If you were to ask, bro, he would have told you he was from Bethlehem. Not only that, but prophets did come out of Nazareth. They said that no prophet arises out of Nazareth. That's not true. Anyway, sorry, it just reminded me of that.
We went through the Talmudic sources for a lot of that stupidity.
Well, because Jonah came from Nazareth, if I remember correctly, right?
I don't know. It was like a little bitty
Ooh.
town. Maybe he came from the north.
Hang
But
on, let me make
Nazareth
sure.
is like a little tiny pueblo.
Jonah, Micah, Nahum, Habakkuk. Flee to Tarshish. Hang on.
Oh no. The mule is counting my yawns.
Elijah and Elisha?
Gath Fair. Zebulun, Northern Kingdom.
Who's from Nazareth? Nazareth is very pretty around spring.
Man, somebody done told me that Jonah was from dang Nazareth.
I don't think it's Jonah. Elijah
think so
and Elisha
either.
might be from Galilee. From the quick Google search I just did, but I do not remember that. I don't remember where the Tishbite stuff is, so someone will Google that.
Anyways,
go
my fault, y'all.
Pilate gave him Pilate said to him, "You do not speak to me. Do you not know that I have the authority to release you and the authority to crucify you?" Jesus answered, "You would have no authority over me unless it had been given you from above. For this reason, he who delivered me to you has the greater sin." This is also a terrifying response to someone who's like, "I'm going to crucify you." Literally like the worst thing that you could do to a human. Like top 10. We might be able to come up with like more creative ways to torture people, but it's really bad. Like, no one wants to go through crucifixion. Jesus didn't want to go through crucifixion to the point where he was stressed out about it to sweat blood. Because he intimately knew what that was going to be like. It sucks. And his response of, "Hey, I could crucify you," most people would pee themselves. Jesus responds with, "You would have no authority over me unless it had been given to you from God." Like, what a baller thing to say.
It's a gangster
Then
response.
That has to be one
This
of the
is just-
coldest responses in all of the Bible. Like, yeah, bro.
it is crazy.
Don't you realize I
love it.
could have you killed?
He's
You
like,
nothing. Everything you have was something given
this
you.
is the equivalent of who is you? You know.
Yeah. So then Jesus says he has the greater sin. We've talked about this before on stream, but we have this idea in 1 Corinthians as well with the testing of the fires and the works remaining. There will be some people who will have many precious jewels, some people will have few precious jewels, some who will have only wheat or chaff, and that will be burned away, yet they'll still be saved as through fire, which I do not apply to purgatory myself, nor do I think we have the onus to. But we have this idea of greater and lesser rewards in that section. Then Jesus also talks about how the servant who knowingly disobeys me will be beaten with many lashes. The servant who unknowingly disobeys me will be beaten with few lashes. Then you have this idea of the greater sin here.
Right.
On the flip side, you have passages such as, I believe, James, where it talks about how, I think it's James 1, those who have transgressed any of the laws are now in the category of lawlessness. They're in the category of transgressor, and it's as if you've transgressed all the laws. Does that mean then that, lying is the equivalent of murder when it comes to punishment? I think from the other passages, it would say no. Does it mean that you are now in the state of being separated from God the same way Adam and Eve were separated from God when they ate of the fruit? I would say yes, and I would use Romans 7 to back that up.
Right.
And I
Death
think you're
came upon
100%
all.
solid on that, Chris. That's excellent commentary.
He's back.
Well, you have James representing the law as a chain holding you up, correct? So if one of the links were to break, the entirety of the law would condemn you because you would not be held up by that chain anymore.
On these two commandments hang the whole of the law. There definitely are worse sins, but any
Exactly.
sin will separate you from God. But there are worse sins.
And I think that that's very apparent, even just intuitively, right? Like, we wouldn't, our inner justice would not approve of someone on a different level of wickedness to be punished the same amount or in the same way as someone who is less, right?
And that's where we go back to the eye for an eye type of thing. It doesn't mean it's not a vengefulness. It's a level of punishment or restitution for the sin committed.
Right. Well, and what is law but deterrent? So like in the law, in that aspect, the punishment is the deterrent for the law, but the law in general was meant to be our schoolmaster, like Paul says, right? Our teacher, our tutor to lead us unto Christ. So, and James says you can't keep the whole law, right? That's his point.
Yeah, and Psalm 119, the longest chapter in the Bible, it talks about the law is freedom. It's a light to my feet. It's your love demonstrated to your people. Even in Deuteronomy, when it says, and the nations around you will say, what nation is there like this that is so close to their God that, I'm paraphrasing, so forgive me, but that is so close to the God that has such wonderful commandments as these. For me growing up, and I'm just a touch older than 50%. Or wait, there's 4 of us now. 50% of this, and then Chase comes in, and he's the youngster, but Chase is really I like
Chase.
And but we've got
Praise God.
When I first
that's exactly what he told me when I was at his house, by the way. I was at Steven's house. He's like, Chase, I like Chase.
That's Chris, though. He's got a type.
Yeah, well, he was sunburned. He kind of looked like a lobster, and it's not kosher, and I was afraid.
He looked like a jellyfish.
Dysentery.
Unkosher animal. Thank you.
I did indeed, yes.
As an aside, randomly, I just wanted to point this out as a nuance. I'm looking through my notes for the Dead Sea Scrolls. I don't see where the Messiah ever dies as an atoning sacrifice, but I do see atonement coming through the Messiah. So it'll say stuff like the Messiah of Aaron and Israel who will pardon their iniquity. It doesn't say that he won't die, but it just says that's all it says with that. Or in the Melchizedek scroll, it says who will return them there and will proclaim, so ending exile, and proclaim to them liberty, forgiving them the wrongdoings of all their iniquities.
To me, whenever it comes to Messiah's death, I think that the Lord left enough ambiguity in the word because of what is said in the book of Acts. For had they known these things, they would not have crucified the Lord of glory. Right?
And there's a quote in Paul too, where he says it had to be a secret so that they could trick the principalities and powers.
The principalities, right?
Yeah.
Like,
And
Satan
there is
did not realize that he's gonna do what he did.
and there is debate, right? Whether like what access Satan does have to like the word of God and how he can understand or perceive it, if he can.
Right.
He used to be able to hear it better until Allah started throwing stars at the jinn.
True.
It's
Yep.
true.
His communications got severed at that.
It's in my book. Yeah. The Jews actually have that kind of view.
Allah really needs to
pretty funny.
upgrade to like a Remington 30 out of 6 or something. Like,
Star blaster.
it cannot be very efficient.
Yeah,
to
just
like
throwing them.
spirit bomb stars at them,
Well,
right?
I think they're automatic, but yeah, you have this automatic missile defense system that chases
Right.
them with a flaming trail.
Iron Dome got nothing on Jenna, you know.
It's true. Allah invented the Iron Dome, man.
Literally.
So
He never gets to
two
use it
things
though
real
because he's
quick.
always
So
in the lower third of the heaven. Sorry,
it's true. He's never actually up in the curtain.
I know.
So he said that from Chuck Missler that Jonah did come from the city near
Nazareth,
Nazareth.
right?
Yeah. And also, Steven, I'm gonna put you on the spot. Do your Christian Gadfly impression.
I gotta think of something that's slightly irreverent but also funny. So it's hard. But well, okay. So to preface, and I know my wife is cringing right now because every time we have like any sort of in-depth talk, I say, well, to preface things, and then it's a whole other conversation. She goes, no, just don't do that. Get to the point. But I do have to say, is me and Christian did that song, which everybody who's ready to get Christian Gadfly to meet his quota before they change the things. Go to his channel and look at all of his videos and things. I think there's something there for everybody. But so after we did that silly song for the Sheikh Uthman debate, I started to. He sent me something of his, and then I sent him something of mine, and so he helped me out on one of my songs that I'm working on, and the biggest critic would be my younger brother, who I've been doing music with since I was 10 and he was 7, I think. And so I value his opinion musically over anybody else's. And I played him what Christian Gadfly sent me for this song I'm working on. And I said, I think it's definitely in the right direction. It helps me out, but I feel like it needs something. He goes, no, it's perfect as it is. And then I played it for my family, and they were like, well, that's weird because it kind of sounds like you, but it's a little bit different. And I think I remember saying that when people are like, oh, Steven's Christian Gadfly impersonation is so good. The only reason it seems that way is because I think we have a very similar voice. I just don't have the drawl that he has. But like the cadence and the tone, I think is very similar. So, it's not really that my impression is very good. It just happens to be that we have a very similar voice. We just use it differently, I think.
Well, that explains
I think you're just
something.
too
So
humble.
I was listening to the song you sent me, and I was like, gosh, his voice is so beautiful. I was really enjoying your voice. It's because I'm just conceited. To me, my voice singing, like I was belting and like going into my falsetto with you, and to me, my voice sounds like have you ever heard the Raconteurs? It's Jack Black, not Jack Black. That'd be awesome. No. Jack White? Is that his name? I'm freaked out now.
His name is
Jack
John
Black.
Gillis, actually. This is a funny inside joke.
So not him, but the guy he sings with.
Okay. I didn't know there was
I feel
a
like my
singer
voice
with
sounds
him.
like that dude.
Okay.
When I'm singing.
So what kind of music do you make, Steven?
Well,
Yes.
most of my life I've made I guess what would be called, if you classify it, like classic rock or pop, or like not pop like Justin
Not
Bieber,
pop like
but like
hip hop. Yeah, no, I get it.
No,
Like
no,
pop
like
rock.
Popular
Beatles
rock.
based, like power pop type stuff.
Melodic type
And-
rock.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I've
let me tell
been
them something real quick, Steven, because you're so
okay.
humble. I don't know if you're gonna say the truth here. So
He's not. You're right.
I heard vocab when he was talking to David Wood, and he was like, he got in, he got out. And then it made me like, okay, I got a beat going in my head. And then I wrote music. And then when I did the vocals for it, they ended up sounding in their rhythm just like Give It Away by the Red Hot Chili Peppers. So I was like, well, what would sound really good is if there was a bass that sounded like Flea style with this song. And so I was like, can you imitate Flea at all? Or just, I was imagining like halfway. He sent it back, and it sounded like better than Flea. Like, it sounded so good. I was like, what the heck?
So
because I'd ask him, do you play bass? Yeah. If I played like him and someone asked me if I played bass, I would not just say yeah. Like youth group, high school level bass playing, just doing I was like, what am I listening to?
Well, the funny thing,
so
Christian, is
good.
I actually hate that style of bass playing.
Really? I love it.
And I don't really like playing bass. I got stuck on bass. It's too long of a story because we're already way off track. But I got stuck on bass. So I like guitar, but I also like all sorts of instruments. And so I'm pretty good at it. Like, so what I did for that is I heard the same thing as you, because I heard you kind of like the riff is basically Back in Black. It was borrowed from that on the guitar.
Mm-hmm.
And so I thought, okay, go AC/DC route. But then that's more of just like root note thudding. And I didn't think it would work in this because it was more
Elijah got
groovy.
in, he got out. He knew just when to stop. Elijah got in, he got out. He got in, he got out. Elijah got in, he got out. Elijah got boom, 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 boom. Elijah got in, he got out. He got in, he got out. Elijah got in, he got out. Elijah got boom, 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 boom.
Let me tell you a story about Elijah. Challenge him with the guy.
Yeah, everyone else go watch it on his channel. Give him watch time.
Yeah,
so
so
can you slap?
There you go.
No, see, that's the thing.
Oh,
I started to learn
come
for that song because, I mean, all my life, I've been mostly on bass.
Slap
And
the
everyone
bass.
comes up and they say, like, show me like slapping, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, well, I don't like that. And so I never really gave it much thought.
Yeah.
And so for this song, though, it definitely needed that. It needed slap bass. And I've never really done that. So I looked up a couple Flea videos and I was like, okay, can I get the rudimentary bits down to it? And I started to, and then I thought, yeah, man, this might take a week, and I just want to get this done. So
He
then
did
I
it
thought,
in one day, just so y'all know.
yeah, but I used a pick. So I thought, how can I imitate slap with a pick? And it was, it was close enough. It was close enough. It got the feeling across.
And then
but
the song he sent me sounds like modern Aerosmith music. So if you've heard Aerosmith like within the last 5 years, it sounds like that, where it's almost like kind of country, kind of folky.
The only Aerosmith that I know is Back in the Saddle level Aerosmith. Like, there's no, I don't really, I don't know. I'm more of an alt rock guy. So when it comes to that genre of music, their whole like heavier style era was fantastic. I like
more rock, less
stuff.
power ballad. They definitely
exactly
the
ballad.
They realized that like they could do power ballads and that would sell a lot of records, and they kind of stuck with it.
Right.
And yeah, they have some pretty well formed songs back when they were more doing the. But I've always, man, we're so off topic. I apologize. I feel like Aerosmith was always confused because they had like a pseudo Mick Jagger for the singer and a pseudo Jimmy Page for the guitar player. And that's a weird combination. But they made it work. But it was it was a difficult recipe to begin with, I think. And I feel like they definitely did start to lean in towards their own thing for a while, but then they realized that power ballads will sell out stadiums, and that's the way to go.
Yeah, exactly. And like I don't know. I just, when it comes to rock, I'm a very heavy guitar person, and I can't like some it just doesn't quite hit as hard, but like you get to, I don't know if you enjoy alt rock at all, but like a lot of newer, I say newer, quote unquote, Christian alt rock is fantastic. I'm sure you've listened to Cutlass, Steven.
Cutlass? No, I don't think I've even heard of that.
Oh man.
But so
Okay.
I'll write it down though, because
Yeah,
that's
me
my
too.
Kutless. If you go on Spotify, their top 10 is banger after banger after banger. They got worship songs that they have rockified. They've got a song called "Take Me In" that's about the lead singer. That's not about the lead singer, but it's about the person wanting to go into the Holy of Holies in the temple. It's so good. But they've got one of theirs that everyone knows. I'll have to pull up my playlist here real quick.
I was
But
listening.
their version of
This has been a
"Better
really
Is One
long
Day."
detour.
Oh, so good. Anyway, sorry, Chris.
This has been a really long detour for Steven avoiding doing his Christian Gadfly impression.
He
I
did
want
it.
everyone to
did.
realize what's
I
happened.
touched on it.
He touched
He
on
did
it
touch
earlier
it.
a little bit.
No, you didn't even zoot it.
Well, yeah, then I'd do a really good job. Wearing him like a sock puppet.
Get into character by getting in. Anyway. So, as a result of this, Pilate kept seeking to release him. It was an 18-minute. All right. But the Jews cried out, saying, "If you release this man, you are no friend of Caesar." So this is one of the most important things historically, which we'll chat about. Everyone who makes himself to be king opposes Caesar. Therefore, when Pilate heard these words, he brought Jesus out and sat down on the judgment seat at a place called the Stone Pavement, but in Hebrew, Gabbath. Now, it was the day of
Golgotha.
preparation for the Passover. Well, here it's just Gabbath.
It looks like
Oh no,
Gabbatha.
okay. I know. I'm thinking of the okay.
Golgotha's the tree or the hill on which he was crucified.
Yeah. Sorry, Chris.
Right.
I still can't see in my there's not been enough people to send me teleporter funds where I can afford glasses yet. So
Speaking of teleporter funds, if you guys want to donate to my website so I can afford a new camera, go for it. I will be buying a camera on Labor Day. So it's going to come out of my savings or come out of whatever people donate to me. Combination thereof. But I'm getting a new camera because this setup is not
Working.
sustainable long term. Yeah. I mean, it works enough. I can also then use this as a dog camera. So whenever I have a dog sleeping in here with me, which neither of them currently are.
and he's not
whenever I
talking
do
about
have a dog, he-
Assyrian women. He's talking about actual dogs.
Right.
Yes, actual fluffy girls. So anyway, this if you release this man, you're no friend of Caesar. Pilate had already gotten in trouble a couple times with the Roman government because of these type of accusations. People really didn't like Pilate because he was kind of a brutal dude. And he uses to buy a very poor quality camera.
What you have to do is buy those wind up Walmart cameras and jerry rig it.
If
With
the
$5.
donation is such that you can choose between a camera or a beefy 5-layer burrito at Taco Bell, it's probably not going to be a very good quality camera.
But it would be a fantastic beefy 5-layer.
Fantastic! Don't even talk about it. It's making me hungry thinking about it.
I know, dude.
That's the Mule's weakness as well. If you've been in the Discord, that's literally his order and his punishment.
Yeah, they're so good.
They're a lot like sin because they're easy to get a hold of. No, listen to me, and they feel great.
Let him cook. Let him cook.
They feel great.
Yep.
Let him cook. He's onto something. And then 4
He's on that
hours
burrito,
later,
man.
4 hours later, it feels like the devil wearing high heels has drop kicked you right in your guts, just like with sin.
Inserting himself and then exiting. Yeah.
And he most assuredly does.
That's because y'all. I mean, dog, I grew up on that Taco Bell slop. Like, it don't even affect me no more.
Check
Same.
back with me in 10 years,
Same.
young man.
I will, but what I'm
Check
saying
back
is that
Hey,
so
yo.
long as I keep,
hold on.
take good care of them.
Check back with me whenever you take a parasite in from their lettuce, and see if it has
Cyclospora.
affected you.
No, there's this thing that
Yeah,
happens
yeah.
biologically in humans where when they turn 13, God replaces all of their guts with sandpaper. And you'll find that out.
You said 13?
But 13, I meant 30.
Okay, my fault.
13, you can eat
Not-
garbage.
My man said
You're invincible.
I was about to say at 13,
No.
I was like,
Yeah, Taco
jumping
Bell
out of
bounced right off.
airplanes.
No, when I was 13, I would have like a foot long
Oh.
chili cheese coney from Sonic,
Hey,
and wash
man.
it down with a blue coconut cream slush, and feel nothing but
Yeah.
pleasure.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm still there.
Edgar,
At the
I have
moment.
tried. I have tried, Edgar. I have tried. We'll see. But no, the Crunchwrap Supreme is obviously supreme.
Dude, this is a Presbyterian Bible study, is what this is.
If you
I don't-
release this man, you are no friend of Caesar. We're supposed to be going through 3 chapters.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, the Presbyterian stereotypes, like, because they teach so exegetically, it gets like 90
they all smoke
messages into
pipes, too.
Romans. Oh yeah.
I'm gonna have to rename the stream of JK. We'll do it next week.
Exegetically. What's the verse? what's the method called where you teach verse by verse? It's called
What we're doing right now, that's what it's called.
there's a word for it. Anyways, my fault.
If you release this man, you're a friend of Caesar. So he got in trouble with the Rome. So this would make him sweat bullets because they're like, hey yo, if you're gonna do this again, you're gonna get killed. So he was worried about being killed himself, being branded as a traitor, and having spies, because there were spies in Israel that were basically saying, hey, this guy's not doing a good job. This guy's causing uprisings. This guy's causing problems. You need to get rid of him. So he was worried about himself. He heard this. His wife told him about her dream. And he's like super uncomfortable at all of it. And Jesus is obviously not a normal person. So he's like, I don't want anything to do with any of this. This is all way beyond what I wanted on this morning. Because it's also in the wee hours of the morning. So dude just woke up, just got out of bed, was forced into this situation because of a group that he dislikes, the Jews. YouTube, don't take that out of context and delete my channel. And then you have immediately like, oh well, I don't want to be a part of this. I'm not going to deal with this. So therefore, when Pilate heard these words, he brought Jesus out, sat down in the judgment seat at the place called Gabbatha. Now it was the day of preparation for the Passover. It was about the 6th hour, and he said to the Jews, "Behold your king." So they cried out, away with him, crucify him." Pilate said to them, "Shall I crucify your king?" The chief priest answered, "We have no king but Caesar." Which brutal, dude. Is Yahweh not your king?
So
Right.
it's called expository preaching. Anyways.
Ah.
We're
I
gonna
have
exposit
another-
this.
Yes.
I have another super chat from another member of the stream. I can't afford this,
So-
and I already have seen your post in real life of finding my money. Hey, brother.
Yes. What about?
Oh, instead of going to my channel, you should go to Christian Gadfly's channel
Yes, please.
because
Everyone.
he needs the watch time. I don't need
Get
the watch time.
monetized.
So everyone rating my channel currently, go to Christian Gadfly's channel, so that he needs 300 hours of watch time.
Yes.
So, yeah. But
So-
hey,
Oh my
Ash, how you doing?
This whole time I've been meaning. I told myself before it started to take this envelope of money out of my shirt pocket, and I just now realized it's in there, and I can't think of anything more slippery or Judaizing than
Money
having an
Taking
envelope of money
out
in
of
my
your
shirt
pocket.
pocket.
from the laundromat you own. My fault.
I don't have it anymore.
Look
I used to
close
have a
home.
roll of $1 bills on my desk. That'd be. Ash is here.
I'm
It's
like
Hey.
the
1%.
club. The club.
a
fund.
party.
Oh, boy, now
Alone.
we got a real party here.
I'm like
Yeah.
1%
I'm gonna stay on for just a little bit,
Ashkenazi, so
'cause-
I only have a couple coins. I'm barely Jewish.
Have a
I'm
Nazi
I like to
coin.
send people $2 Juper chats on their channels.
That's crazy. Oh man.
I got everyone to come and harass the slippery Judaizer.
All right, then I'm gonna get everyone to immediately leave. So I have something that has destroyed people's heritage. And see if
What is
it
that?
Is it a
shows
Roman
it.
coin?
Nope, not Rome.
Oh, the Reich.
Persia?
Nope. Way more evil.
Oh, sure does.
What?
I see that.
Yeah, that's what I
font
said.
on
It's
there.
Uh-huh.
the Third Reich.
It sure
Right.
is.
The Reich.
My grandpa.
fault.
Should have known
In
by
Germany.
your hair color and eye color.
Yeah.
I have like other like, so it's not just the. I have.
Oh, so you like human
culture.
sacrifice also? Okay.
Guys,
I
I
do
wasn't
like
kidding.
human
He's literally a
sacrifice.
Jew. Look at the Torah scroll in the background. I wasn't kidding when I said he was a Judaizer.
Yeah, you know how much I paid for that
Yeah.
thing?
Oh, you can't see it. I have a peso as well.
Oh, so it's basically worthless.
So, yeah.
I have a bunch of pesos. Yeah, they're all worthless.
I
Why
have
did everyone
20,000
use
Iraqi
SpaceX?
dinar.
Nice.
How much is that worth American dollars?
I think 20, but it's actually in my Tanakh, my article Tanakh. I use it as a bookmark. My uncle sent it to me at the beginning of the Iraq War, saying that, hey, you know, once we get the government and everything going, this will be worth a whole bunch of money, and it looks really cool. And but no, it's Iraqi dinar. It's
Yeah.
20,000. I think is worth $20.
Are they gonna say
Well,
like
you know what
50
they say in
cents?
Iraq: 20,000 dinars, 20,000 dinar, or whatever. I don't know.
They do say that, I've heard.
Are they gonna be like? Have you ever seen Canadian bacon, Steven?
Yeah, it's just ham.
Well, no,
I was so mad.
The
I was so
movie.
mad. I
The
used to
movie.
eat bacon and ham, and
No,
then
the-
and it was
the-
like, oh,
never
we went
mind.
to a restaurant. They're like, you got to get the Canadian bacon. I was
was
like,
gonna mute
okay,
myself.
sounds cool. And then I get it. I'm like, this is ham. Like what?
Literally.
I'm I wanted a new type of delicious pig, and this is just the same old delicious pig I've been eating. I'm not impressed.
Yeah.
Sorry, Canadians.
Wait, you don't still eat bacon?
Oh no, of course not. Ooh yeah, look
I
at
also
that
have
one.
my-
That one's in the maroon
I have my
color.
own
I got
scroll.
this blue, but
I
I have
feel
to
like I'm
know,
the
when you
the-
stopped eating bacon, did you feel like the mind control started working better?
well,
Well, you
I was
know-
getting checks in the mail, so whether I liked it or not, I had to pretend.
You know
It's like-
what?
Jim,
our
and everyone's
favorite-
pulled their pants down, and I'm just like trying to hide. Everyone
That
else
scroll's so small.
Was that like the first chapter of a Megillah?
It doesn't even have anything in it. It's nothing.
What we all
Actually,
know.
I got my
also
yod as
know-
well.
What?
I've got a miniature
Just a
Torah,
fake
the,
boy
the
toy.
Sephardic style in the, you know how they have it in kind of the case.
I kind of
it's
want to
like-
out Judaize you now. Hold on a second.
Oh, you absolutely can.
Yes, to go
Wait,
get
hold
his
on a
merch.
second. I'll be right back.
The Jew
Wait a
war.
minute. I can't go
Uh.
away with an image like that. If we're having a Jew off here, I gotta put this up. 1 second. There we go.
A Jew off is crazy word.
This teeny tiny little scroll, and everyone's
still
gonna come
here.
back with these
I'm getting
giant
ready.
scrolls.
I'm getting ready.
All right, hold on, let me.
I'm gonna out
Dude.
Judaize you all. You shall see.
For those wondering, it is in Hebrew.
What, do you have
You
some
should
missiles
sell-
over there, Ash?
You should
What
sell
would that have to do
giant.
with Judaizing?
Whoa, all right. Absolutely nothing. Some stones from David's sling, if you know what
I
I'm
know
talking
what-
about.
I know what you did there. I know what you did.
I actually do have a sling and a stone from one of the brooks around
If
there.
you hear
One-
leather, I swear it's not as shady as it sounds.
the
Oh wait,
some people from my church went to Israel. This had been a while ago, but they brought back like a hand crocheted essentially sling and
Somebody said that Ash has a necklace of foreskins.
a rock. Yeah, he's Ash, descendant of David. Yeah, That's pretty cool. I don't know where I put it though.
I'll just have to go get my bagpipes or something.
That's right. That was invented in Jewland, correct?
I'm gonna out Judaize you right now, Chris.
Yes,
You
but I have
no
the
chance.
older outfit, so I think it's gonna work.
I wonder if I still have that shirt. Hang on.
You have no chance right now. Like not even a little bit.
He has a necklace of foreskins.
Yeah.
Oh, the Teflon. All right, yeah. I don't
Oh,
have
that's
that
pretty
yet.
good. You know, I really.
That's pretty good.
Oh,
Oh, the
you
full
wrapped it
Teflon.
that
Chabad
quick?
style,
Oh, Ash,
Chabad style.
wow. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Ash wins.
He
Hold on
does.
a second,
That was quick, Ash. That was quick.
That was a good
Get 'em
rap.
straight too. I know what I'm doing.
And for all the
man.
people who,
You think
all
I
the people
forgot
who
how to
doubt
put
you're
on filler?
Jewish.
Yeah, by
was
the way, for all the people that
was
were
the
watching my stream
fastest.
and the guy doubted that I'm actually Jewish.
Oh,
So
I
really?
just
I
put
have-
on I just put on tefillin faster than the guy can say the word Jewish.
It was
I have
very
a
impressive.
very incriminating shirt that no one should take a screenshot of when I put it on and reveal it. Do we have an understanding? This may ruin
You're
my
in the
career.
wrong place, Chase. You
This
got too
may
much
ruin
trust.
my career if this slides.
Bro got his Christmas costume. I was gonna put him on my Shek costume
I have
instead.
like this instinct to like make sure it's above my hairline.
I was gonna
But then I
say,
also
do
don't
you
know where my
remember
hairline
when
is
that,
anymore.
that iPhone app came out called the Tefillin mirror or something, and you'd put your camera on, and it would tell you when you've got it at the exact
Okay.
place.
Oh, that's cool.
I hope you can read
Wish
this.
they had that when I did this. That's not okay on so many levels. I'm just gonna sit here in my tallest tefillin.
You've missed it. There's been a lot of gay adjacent comments on this whole stream. It's been very
So
sad.
Ash, I'll let you be the judge because I'm siding with you on this. But I also have here. I have my non-shotnez. These are the hospital pants I wore when I was 22 years old, and I got circumcised by a
You were
Jewish
circumcised?
urologist. So
You
I
got
feel like it's got to be
circumcised at
close.
22?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
It was
Oh,
it was an
no.
experience. I got to
For free.
Yeah, for free because now
Hey,
this
he works
this
for
is a
tips.
mistake.
My fault, gang.
No, I lost. The urologist, he works for tips.
yeah.
I realized my mistake. It was a wonderful guy. I went to see him. I was told by several people on both sides of my family that I had Jewish lineage, and I felt that it was not correct for me to celebrate Pesach as being uncircumcised, because it was a weird thing. You know, it's a weird thing for Americans to be not circumcised, but that's, for some reason, my parents decided that. And so then when I became a Christian and I started keeping Torah, I was like, well, if I have Jewish heritage, I should be circumcised. And there's actually an organization, a Jewish organization. They were in New York, and they would do it for free. They'd fly you there for free. They'd do it for free, but you had to prove to them that you were ethnically Jewish. And so their qualifier was they wanted me to speak Yiddish to them, and I don't know Yiddish.
They could
So I
see your
said, "No,
beard, though, right?
well, it was
At
a lot, it was a lot
22?
shorter back then.
Okay.
And so I spoke with the rabbi. He said, "I'm sorry, like halakhically, you know, you don't need to be circumcised unless you can prove your Jewish heritage." And so then he called my grandma, who survived. She lived through World War II in Germany, and she said that she wasn't persecuted as a Jew, but she said that her grandpa, her dad's, or no, her mom's, either her dad's dad or her mom's dad was a rabbi, and she didn't know how her family got away with that. And so she talked with the rabbi, and he said, no, it's not definitive enough. And so then I was going to, I was a bit zealous, and I was going to do it myself because I thought, well, Abraham did it. And it's not that simple of a procedure on an adult.
That's
So
like
I got it.
Jigsaw. That's like something that happened in a Saw movie.
Yeah, dude. It's like
It's a
the key is
20
in your
22-year-old
large
man to do.
intestine. The key
So-
is within your foreskin.
The keys in your foreskin.
This is also your wife making fun of you, which is great.
Oh, yeah, well,
Crazy word.
Yeah, I don't know. If I'm
So
saying
now-
too much, somebody stop me. I guess it's stupid of me to trust one of you guys to do it. So maybe
So
that's
to
a
just
story for
illustrate-
another time.
To illustrate how confusing this all is for some people. So if I were to just show my arm, you can tell I was Chabad by how my tefillin is wrapped.
Mm.
Not only the hand and the finger, but also how it's split up here on the arm, and then the shin on my the shin on my arm will be confusing if you don't know that it's the letter shin.
Yeah.
It's not like Allah's shin.
Right.
Now the other confusing
They're
part
like,
though,
oh,
is
it's the day of
that
judgment.
I'm wearing very Chabad tefillin and so on, but then people will say like, well, your tallis doesn't look like a Chabad person's tallis, and it's like, that's true. That's because I had already left Chabad when my wife bought this for me for our wedding. And to answer the person in the chat, why do I still have my tallis and tefillin? Well, because it's heirloom
Part of your life.
memories,
It's your
part of
journey.
my life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm
But no Judaism.
a possible Gentile that's Judaizing, and Ash is a definite Jewish Gentilizer. And I feel like we got to have some sort of like Mortal Kombat showdown at some point to see which
Right.
one holds up.
Scorpion
A
versus
beard growing
Sub-Zero.
contest.
Sub-Zero, yeah, yeah.
Well, I'm not exactly a Gentilizer. I think that Jews can keep their cultural Jewish things while being Catholic. I don't see why.
Yeah,
not.
well,
I
that's
mean,
kind of where
Mexicans
me
can
and
still be
Chris are.
Mexicans,
Is
right? Christian Gadfly.
it's the could
what?
versus the should.
That as you can see, Mexicans can still be Mexicans when they're Christians.
Sí,
Like
seguro.
Christian Gadfly.
Claro que sí.
Y David Segarra. Lo más mexicano del
Sallallahu alayhi
mundo.
wa sallam. Well, anyway, what is it? 12? What do we have to, Chris?
Yeah.
12 verses in an hour and a half.
I was
We're
gonna
at
say
15
something about the
We're
Caesar.
at 15 verses in. Yeah.
I was,
We got it.
if that's all right.
We have
I'll
two and
just
a
hang
half
out
more
for a little bit
chapters
if
to
you guys-
go.
We'll go 300
ahead.
hours, and then I only need one person to watch the stream, and I'll be able to monetize.
It's
Should
true.
people go over
Hey,
to
how's it?
Gadfly's channel? When
No,
you
there's
guys go
still 20 on my channel. Go over to his. Stop watching me. Go to Christian Gadfly.
My man said I used to smoke crack. I don't anymore, but I keep a pipe on me just in case. What?
I think that's a reference to me having my tallis and tefillin.
No, I know what you're saying, but like out of context,
Might be a little different.
crazy.
Uh,
No, okay. So
also, the pig surgery didn't happen for your
it
circumcision.
is wild.
Oh, no,
Freemason
no.
mind control.
No, an
is
adult
great.
circumcision. That's
I think he means
God-
today.
God had it done on the eighth
He's
day
asking to
for
see
a
a
reason.
wang.
Well,
No,
like
no,
didn't
no.
Simon and Judah do that to a bunch of people so that they could kill
Yeah.
them because they're
Yeah,
immobilized
yeah.
afterward?
And Paul
Yeah.
had Timothy circumcised, and that would kind of
Bless him.
factor into my my conversation with Tash. But yeah, an adult circumcision is it's substantial. It requires stitches, and it's whew. I didn't when it happened, they were trying to get me out of the hospital because they said your bill's going to go up. And I said, hold on, like I'm in the bed and everything, and that's all fun and games, but the important part of the story was my urologist who did it was Jewish. And when I went in, he was telling me, why are you getting circumcised? Are you a Baal Teshuvah? And I said, well, not necessarily. I'm not. I just think that I have Jewish blood from what my family told me, and this is what I should do, but I believe in Jesus as the Messiah. And I printed out all this stuff for him, and we had all these talks, and he goes, it's people like you that make us Jews look bad. And I said, what? And he goes, it's like the converts, because when people who keep Torah do it like weren't raised doing it, they do it so much better than the people like us who are supposed to be doing it. And like that, we get annoyed by you guys. And so I had this great talk about Jesus with him. And but so here's what the cool thing is. It should have cost me $1,500. And after it was done, he never billed me for it. So I guess he paid for it, which was awesome, because he's an unsaved Jew. But I guess whatever we talked about and everything, he saw something in it.
You just
and
said
he,
unsaved Jew. That's a little anti-Semitic of you.
well, yeah.
Yeah, come on, dude. Don't you know that all Jews ever have always been saved?
That's what Grunkle Stan says. Because
Exactly. That's exactly what I believe.
Grunkle Stan, is he that guy that slept for a long time, or is that the guy that ate the baby after the golden thread? What word is that we just said?
What?
Mystery Shack owner.
Grunkle Stamp from Gravity Falls. It's a pop
Oh.
culture reference.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm old, guys. I'm old. I
No,
don't
you're
know
good.
pop culture.
I feel like
You're
I'm
good.
much more living up to the Exilarch of the Jews title now.
Yes.
You look
Once
pretty dang
Chris-
cool, Ash. In my opinion. Although
Thank you.
I do think I would love to have the phylacteries, but I think Jesus was not okay with those. I think it was too much of a hyper literal expression of the
phylacteries.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. People say, like, he says about making their phylacteries broad, but or making their garments broad and like
the
their
tzitzit
phylacteries
too
wide
long and
and
the
stuff like that.
phylactery. Yeah.
I think that if you look at the biblical command of tzitzit, right? So to put the strings themselves on the corners of your garment, not to make a whole new garment to show your tzitzit. Same with the tefillin. You're supposed to bind these things to your heart and, between your eyes. And it's like, why
Your
did it become a
actions and your
physical
thoughts.
amulet with parchment inside? That was
Right.
similar to like pagan stuff around, right?
Right.
So it could very well be that it's a practice that goes way back before that, right? I don't think the Pharisees came up with it per se. It's just interesting that for something that would be owned by every single Jewish man, that there's no archaeological evidence of it before the time of the Pharisees.
Right.
So,
Oh,
Man,
ahlan
I got
wa
one of
sahlan.
those. But I didn't think we were doing the Arab
this is
thing.
about to become political.
Akasalum.
Yeah, you guys need to separate.
The stream's
You
about to
guys
blow
There's
up.
need to be some space between Ash
So-
and Chris.
so wait.
We should just
There
start
we
saying
go.
really nice things to each other and then just clip it as if it's like actually.
Yeah.
Well,
Finally, some
Ash-
peace.
Ash needs to start singing Baba Nagita, and Chris
Baba
needs
Nagita?
to and Chris needs to start reciting the
talking about
Quran
the
when
Bhagavad Gita?
Tajweed. Yeah, whatever. Yes, that
Baba
thing.
Nagila?
Yes, that one.
La ilaha
Baba Nagila is like the least Jewish thing that there is.
Yes, the
You
If I had a
Havana.
wouldn't
robe
catch
like
a-
that, I'd just look like a Jedi.
It's catchy though.
Habibi, don't cry.
know the power of the dark side.
I just need one braid, and I would look like if I had a robe too.
Anakin. Heck yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Actually, Ash, you could
I
help
have
me
a
out real
Jedi
quick.
robe.
When Chris had the Torah scroll up like that, the only time I've been to like any sort of actual service was as an invitee for a bar mitzvah, and I confused. It was a Chabad event, and I confused the heck. I was brought up to read from the Torah during the bar mitzvah, and I confused the heck out of the people there. But so when you lift up, in this during the ceremony when they're reading the
Hagbah.
Torah, and you lifted up I've heard Hagbah, right? Okay,
Hagbah.
so is that H-A-G or is it H-O-G?
Depends how Hasidish you're saying it. It could be
That's what I
Hagbah.
mean. Is it which in Hebrew
Hagbah.
is it a patach or a kamatz or is it a holam or?
Cholim
I
Va.
honestly don't know.
I have no
I've
idea.
just always
Okay.
said the word.
No.
So I always mean to
It's a lot
look
of fun
that up,
though.
but
You pick it up, and then on Simchas Torah, you pick it up. Basically, you take the reverse of the two pieces, and you turn it around, and then the Torah goes the other way because the scroll gets flipped.
Well, we've thoroughly Judaized this stream now, and
Yep. We full on
terrorized it.
I'm gonna have
Yeah,
my cross up
terrorizing.
still, so we're all good.
I don't know
All my
if that was politically correct.
Oh,
There's
and
a
the
sleeping
soundboard
baby
comes in.
between me and my costumes. I don't know if it's worth it.
There we go.
Probably not.
Well,
Yeah, it's a good idea. There you go. Anyway,
Ash, why do you have a Kaaba on your head?
I'm gonna risk it for the
Because-
biscuit. I'll be
It's
back.
because everyone in history was Muslim, so the Jews, even
Right.
before Muhammad, always put a Kaaba on their heads.
oh, it's so good. I'm never gonna be able to see that again.
Well, here we
Anyway.
are. We've got a Saudi and we've got a Mizrahi and
Oh.
an Ashkenazi. I think we've covered all the. There we go.
I got the.
Yeah, you got the whole
Full-on.
thing. I mean, I could
come every
unfold
time-
it, but I don't particularly want to.
How come every time that Chase puts on like Arabic garb, he also makes eyes like as if he's just done crack?
It's because it accentuates them.
His has more body than Chris's, though. It's more like he has like a Jar Jar.
Well, it's the way I
Binks type
folded
of-
it.
No, I
Yeah.
have a lot that.
Yeah, so if you folded Chris,
There's
I'm
some
pretty
fold-
sure Chris has the exact same one that I do.
I
I mean,
feel like
this is like
everybody who's
from the
watching now
actual
is
Muslim
just
store.
completely.
I bought this off of
confused.
Amazon.
and it's
This one is fancy. Like it even has Arabic on the title on the inside of it, but
Oh yeah, look,
it's
it
nice.
says
It's like silky and smooth and comfortable.
it says killed the Jews. Yeah, that makes sense.
I'll not get sunburned with it, which is great.
It says
So-
Steven looks like Matisseo live at Stubbs albums.
No, I
Ash
got.
probably
We
knows
did a
of
gig one
Matisseo.
time. We did a gig 2 times. I was asked to, in Las Vegas. Actually, someone was saying, "Hey, we saw you in Texas," and I was born in Texas. So I thought, well, I wasn't a musician then. And they're like, "Yeah, we saw you in Texas," and I go, "What?" And they said, Stubbs, live at Stubbs, and then I was like, "Oh." They're like, "Yeah, you're Modest Yahoo," and because it was Las Vegas, and like I just like, they're like, "Hey, Modest Yahoo, you want to come play roulette with us?" And I went, "No, you guys go ahead. I've got to go somewhere else." I've been confused I've been mistaken for Modest Yahoo twice. Well, because normally I wear glasses, but the whole funding thing, and Chris isn't really doing a good job on that field because I'm waiting on my paycheck. I bring Chris all these viewers, and still no, I can't even afford glasses, guys.
You want to see something cool?
Yes.
This is a picture taken in Israel of me, and can you see? Oh, can you see it?
Nope.
No
No way, shape,
Lower
or
the
form.
brightness. Lower the brightness on your phone.
Yeah, it's getting washed out.
Yeah, it's
Oh, one
way
second.
too bright.
You're a white blob. Steven looks like
I
Team
do,
New
yeah.
Saruman.
Just give me 2 years, and this will all be white, and then I can.
You see that?
There we go.
Yeah,
Oh,
we can
wait,
see it.
wait. Yeah, now we can see it. Who is that? Oh no! No way! No way!
I used to live down the street from him.
Oh, poor you, Ash.
It's Alex Clare.
Oh. Well, now
Who do you
now
think
I've
it
just
was?
I made an anti-Semitic. They all look the same. They're thinking that-
They all look the same, man.
I thought
That's
that
Alex
was
Clare.
Rabbi Shmuley.
No.
Okay.
That's Alex Clare.
Right.
Oh boy. Well,
Okay. I think we're systematically not
The
going to
Judaizer made the most anti-Semitic.
hey, to be fair, I just did say before that I can't afford glasses, so I can appeal to that. Yeah, I'm blind.
Appeal to glasses fallacy. I'm not.
Yeah,
buying it.
yeah. You've heard it.
Appeal
You've
to
heard of
being
that.
poor fallacy.
I'm drinking out of my Catholic festival cup. Ash, you'll like that.
Yeah, Steve. You all heard it here.
Saint Bernadette.
Steven said all Jews look the same to him.
Right.
It's true.
He's never seen an
I
Asian.
did kind of say that.
All I got's
Oh,
a
now we
Japanese
have the,
kimono. I'm just gonna have to make it work.
Oh, that kind of looks like the Maghreb, like the Moroccan type of thing. Well, to my
Okay,
blind
I'll
eyes.
take it.
He's-
And I brought a poncho and an Irish hat just in case this didn't work.
you should have started with the poncho.
Is anybody still here? Did we chase the universe off with
We got
whatever the
25
heck we've
people
got?
watching according to YouTube.
It's like a car wreck.
This
you
is
you
fun.
drive
This is a
by.
good time. This is a cool hangout.
hmm
We have 44 total with all the ones on Christian Gadfly's channel. But yeah, no.
It's only gonna get better.
Can we at least finish that one verse?
Yes, we ought to.
I
get
do
back to
kind
the
of want to
text.
finish that verse. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I
Uh-oh,
would.
no text.
I would very much like to say if when Chris is finished, I would very much like to speak
Okay.
on this.
That was I kind of finished it. I don't actually remember what all I said about it, to be honest. That was 28 minutes ago. So what do you want to say on it?
So I was just going to say that the Jews in this instance are rejecting the Lord Jesus, who is truly God and truly man, and accepting a man who is claiming to be God, right? So
Yep.
you have the true God man Jesus Christ versus the preferred Jewish alternative man God, quote unquote, lowercase g Caesar, right? And so you have ripoff Messiah for actual Messiah here.
Hmm.
Yeah. You also have the similar thing happening with the coin. So Jesus responds perfectly whenever they're like, "Hey, I know who we pay taxes to, Caesar or God?" And he said, "Give to God or give to Caesar what is Caesar's, give to God what is God's." Well, the coin had the image of Caesar on it, yet they were taking it into the temple, which wasn't supposed to have any images on it. So they were basically breaking one of the commandments on making images, and yet they are trying to like trip him up with taxation and all things. So like they're constantly breaking the actual Torah law in order to keep their own traditions and or to not offend Rome and or to reject Jesus.
Right.
We also see this in the New Testament with the trial scene. The high priest tore his garments, which was in rabbinic tradition, according to the Mishnah, but actually contradicts the Torah, which says that the high priest has to keep his garments clean and cannot have a tear in them. So he broke the Torah in order to keep the rabbinic commands. And at doing so, he also admitted that Jesus is God. So I do this a lot, whole lot of times.
Yeah, well, even when it comes back to the eating, when they come up when they with the Nitilat Yadayim, when they say your disciples eat with unwashed hands, and they accuse him. I mean, if you've ever been to a kosher restaurant, they have the sink and the little pitcher with the handles on and everything ready to go. You can't eat without doing that first, or the food is considered unclean, no matter how biblically clean it is. And so I mean, one of Jesus's major complaints throughout the New Testament is the man-made things of sin being sin that aren't sin. But we see that with the establishment, they're willing. They do it for piety, but then they're willing to override it for whenever it suits them.
Yeah, which we went over a couple times in the last several John streams with like Jesus spitting on the ground and making mud and putting it in the dude's eye and telling him to wash in the pool of Shalom. Every single one of those broke some law from the Mishnah. Like literally all of them, including like the idea of bland saliva. So saliva that doesn't have any food particles in it. Bland saliva being used to clean people or to heal the eye. That's specifically in the Mishnah, and Jesus does it in order to, show the Pharisees that their traditions are dumb and stupid.
Well,
And
it's even pointed out that they were aware of that. It's almost like they kind of knew he was prodding them, because it says after that
Yeah.
they were no one asked him any more questions after this. It was like, okay, he's got something. Every time we say something, he's got an answer that we can't answer. It's pretty cool, actually, the way that he did that. It's what you would expect from a god
Jew.
man.
Oh, I thought you were saying something else.
Another one of the coldest Jesus responses has to be, how come y'all making the word of God of none effect by your vain traditions received from your fathers? Like,
and that's a big deal to call. I mean, I spoke with, so this is well, Chris, by your leave, I have a story to tell. It won't take too long, but it's on the
Before you
topic,
tell your
but
story, because this is own context. So, who on earth decided they need a law on blind saliva? You've never read the
Welcome
Talmud.
to
They have laws
We
on
have laws for
literally
everything.
everything.
which shoe should you
They
tie
have laws for
first?
laws.
We have laws for
Yeah.
wiping. We have
You
laws
have
about
laws
which
for how
hand
to
you
keep the
wipe
demons
with.
away.
If
Yes.
you wear your tefillin
We
on
have-
your left hand, you have to wipe with your. No, sorry. Because this is the funny part. Because the tefillin goes on the left hand, you have to wipe with your left hand. Because if you wiped with your right hand, you'd be wiping with the hand that wraps the tefillin.
Mhm.
but
not the hand that has it.
on which the tefillin rests.
Don't bite the hand that wipes you. What?
That's exactly how. What's the meme where he's like, I have favorite American catchphrase. Don't bite the hand that. Right.
All right, what was your Jew story?
So just on Saturday night we had a gig. I had to show up late because of Shabbat. It started 8:30. I couldn't get there till around 10. And so on the first break, I'm outside, and this lady comes up, this older lady, and she goes, I have to ask you, you've got the tzitzit on, but you don't have a kippah, which is like a yarmulke. She goes, I've never seen that. I've never seen someone with tzitzit and no kippah. What's going on? And I said, well, the tzitzit is from the Torah, from the book of Numbers. The kippah is not in the Torah. It's a later addition. And then she goes, oh, okay. And she goes, so, but you're Jewish. And I said, well, it gets a little complicated. So then I kind of go into things, and she goes, because I'm Jewish. And the thing is, though, she's in like a, she looks like a typical Western woman. And then she goes, and also my boyfriend's Jewish, who I'm here with. And so we're all cool at that point. And I tell her this and that, and I tell her that I keep Shabbat, I keep the holy days. And then I bring up that I follow Jesus as the Messiah. Instant cutoff. And this has happened to me so many times. And it's so funny because with Jews, you could not be observant Jew, and you could be a Buddhist, or you could be an atheist.
Be a Jew
And they're
too.
kind of like, yeah, it's not what we like, but okay. But as soon as you bring up Jesus, she just kind of tuned out, and then the conversation kind of ended there from her standpoint. And it's just so interesting to me that there's such a like a barrier there, because she came up to me about the tzitzit, and we were talking on that. We talked about Shabbat, the holy days. I told her I eat kosher, but I said not rabbinically kosher, biblically kosher.
It's almost like the Jewish people are not the seed of Abraham by faith. Wild take, I know.
It's
That much is true.
there's a veil like this,
Mhm.
and then
Although there's a lot of
And-
Jews coming to Christ.
there are,
Yeah.
yeah, which is awesome. But and this is actually, I've talked with an Israeli at another time, who even told me, after I told him about I believe in Yeshua and I follow Yeshua as the Messiah. No, brother, you have it all wrong. Is it? And I was talking to him about like Mashiach ben Yosef, Mashiach ben David, and even we went through the Amidah where they added the Shmoneh Esrei is 18, but there's
Curse on the
actually 19
Christians.
blessings. there's the Birkat al-Minim, Birkat Haminim, and that was made because so that's in there to weed out the people that were still going to synagogue to pray, but you would not say that one because it's basically against heretics is what it's called, but it's specifically for Christians. And
Right.
but even
It's
after
kind of
all
like
that,
Al-Fatiha ends with the curse on Jews and Christians, but in the Maida they added it to like curse Christians. Yeah.
But even after that, he told me that he has a house in Jerusalem with his family, and anytime he'll pay for my ticket, I can go there. He gave my brother, because my brother doesn't wear tzitzit. My brother's halfway what I am. He's not so slippery as me. But he goes, why do you not have tzitzit? And he goes, oh, I don't know. And then because he had him on, and it was actually weird. I think this was during it was during Oktoberfest or something. So he had like this whole silly German getup on, but then he pulls out, and he goes, this talit is from Israel, and I want to give it to you, and you should wear it. And so he like took it off there and gave it to my brother. But so there's a lot of the younger Jews and Israelis, they're a lot more open. It's the older ones that I think, and I, I get it with like even the Holocaust and everything that went on. Yeshua,
that's the thing, right? What does the
Mhm.
Holocaust have to do with accepting Jesus as a Messiah, right? There's a weird, like, how is that appropriated that way?
Well, I would say because it just seems like
Like
to
the Nazis
me,
were not religious people.
No, not
that religion
explicitly,
anyways.
not explicitly, but they were just another, uh, the Jews are used to being persecuted and eliminated, and so to them it was just because they did they were more occulty, but they did hold to certain Christian tenets or even just the German neighbors, they were Christians, and a lot of them
Right.
weren't Christian to the Jews. So I mean, so that was I said it wouldn't be too long, and it was already too long. So sorry about that, Chris.
It's fine. We also
we've
have a
got,
Texan join on the stream.
We do.
Howdy, partner.
Howdy,
Quick,
partner.
He looks
something
like a
anti-Semitic.
JRPG character. Like
Oh,
he'd
I
be the
gotta
one
add
that
another
does
ethnicity to
the
stream.
limit break that shoots all the bullets or whatever.
When I moved up,
Chase, you gotta go. You know how the copper wire was invented?
What?
2 Jews fighting over a penny.
That's crazy.
no,
Ding ding ding
okay.
ding 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 ding.
Wow,
No, sorry,
now we gotta. No, I won't. I gotta. I gotta tell one. I gotta tell one funny joke. I think because Ash is here. I think it's the
Is
funniest
it the
Jewish joke
Uyghur
I've ever heard.
reference?
Is it a what? Oh, I missed it.
Oh no! Oh no! They don't like us here.
And it sounds
Somebody's gonna
like that
clip
sounds
me
like
doing
Star
a
Wars
Chinese
again.
accent, and they're gonna make it like about Jews mocking Chinese people, not realizing that I'm.
I love
No,
how
I
those 2 bad guys in the Phantom Menace are like very obviously Asian.
Yeah.
The Jedi are coming.
I was like 14 or 15 when I saw that, and I was like, "What the heck is going on?" Yeah,
Yes,
this seems
those
so
guys, the
uncreative.
Newt Gunray.
Yeah.
This is getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them.
Now there are 2 of them.
Oh.
Where's that sound coming from?
It's like kind of Korean almost.
Does it go away when I mute myself?
No. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't hear anything. It's me?
Is the sound you're talking about, Chris?
I hear the
is
sound.
Asian accent?
Okay, real quick, guys. Real quick. This will be the last thing I do, and then I will go
Real quick.
join my personal live stream, and then you guys will be good. You'll have a solid like 5 to 10 minutes without me doing whatever the heck I've been doing this whole time. But this joke,
It's
I
a
feel like
long
this
peep.
joke is so good. So these 2 Jews are taking a walk, and they're walking by a church, and the church billboard says, $1,000 to any new converts. So the two Jews look at each other and like, hey, do you think that's legitimate? And then the one guy goes, well, there's only one way to find out. And he's like, yeah, go do it, go see. So the one guy waits outside the church and the other Jew goes inside. About 30 minutes later, he comes out. And so they just start walking together and he goes, well, so did you get the $1,000? And then the other guy goes, why is it always about money with you people?
That was funny every time.
All right.
There's
Well, now I'll go. The well of.
Seen what other
Buddha or
stereotypes I
whatever.
can add to myself?
Well, there's a never mind. That's genuinely racist. I can't. I don't.
I have like
I already-
Indian,
I already put
I have
on my Jew
Native
shirt.
American paraphernalia.
I felt
So I have, like-
weird drinking with my tefillin on. Weird.
What do you got?
All right, I'll be back, friends.
All right, go pee. And
What do you got, Ash?
also,
Should I start
Edgar-
singing like Kol Nidre or something?
thank you, brother. So we are now 16 verses into the chapter. There we go. We made one verse progress. Golf clap, everyone. Yeah. All right. So then he delivered him over to them to be crucified. They took Jesus, and also my bad eyes blocked. It feels weird. They took him and went out bearing his own cross to the place called the place of a skull, which is in Hebrew called Golgotha. There they crucified him with two other men, one on either side of him and Jesus in between. This is a typology of Joseph. Actually, my Joseph typology is green, so let's make that green. In the story of Joseph, you have two people serving the same sentence as Joseph who both deserve it because they upset the king, who is their god. There was the chief cupbearer and the chief baker, so wine and bread. And one of them was brought low and one of them was brought up. Jesus said, today you will eat with me in paradise. And so you have one person, two people serving the sentence, one going up with Jesus, one coming down and being destroyed and killed. You have so much typology in just that one passage within the prison scene. I did a whole stream on that. It's pretty cool, pretty based. Jesus bare his own cross. This comes up a lot, but he bears not his cross. He bears the cross of Jesus Barabbas. And Barabbas means son of the Father. So he bears the cross of the Son of the Father who represents humanity, because the Roman crosses were made tailored fit to the person. So Jesus took on the cross of another person that just so happened to be in a similar build to Jesus. So Jesus replaced our sin, our evil, everything else, and he replaced it with his likeness that is perfect and good and holy. And on the cross, he redeemed us through that. So he took another man's cross, bared it himself, and then brought us all salvation through it. And then on it, there is the inscription of Jesus the Nazarene, the King of the Jews. And this is Yeshua HaNazareth, or Nazareth, however you want to pronounce it. And then Vahemelech, or just Vamelech HaYahudin. And each of those letters, if you take the first letter, it's Yod He Vav He, which then becomes Yahweh. So you have this, the sign above Christ is a, kind of alluding to him being Yahweh.
Wild.
There's debate on that with the middle letter, if that was an M, if it was a mem, or if it was the Vav. I would suggest it's probably the Vav, so it'd be and the King of the Jews. By the way, you have either directly Yahweh on the title above him, or a thing close to Yahweh being on it. But
Are they saying it's
reading it are
Yeshua Hanotzri?
Yeah.
Vamelech
Then-
HaYehudim?
yes,
Okay.
so that's the
Yeah,
claim.
it could be.
And then the Jews reading it said, therefore, many of the Jews read the inscription, for the place where Jesus was crucified was near the city. And it was written in Hebrew, Latin, and Greek. So the chief priests of the Jews were saying to Pilate, do not write the King of the Jews, but write, I am the King of the Jews, which would then change the lettering. And Pilate answered, "What I have written, I have written." This is a Greek idiom. Hey, the Greek lawyer is here, but this is a Greek idiom. Basically, you see that it repeats itself here. It's just what it is what it is. And this is an idiom saying that what I have done, nothing can change it. So he's saying what I have written, no one can change it. What he's written is that Jesus is Yahweh, the King of the Jews. And, here lies Yahweh being killed for you. What like Pilate wrote can't be changed. Jesus for all times will be Yahweh. So you have this neat little Greek idiom mixed in with John. John does this a lot. You have this idiom applying the truthfulness of the claim that he is the King of the Jews and he is also Yahweh who was killed for us on another man's cross, the Son of the Father. Pretty cool.
Pretty
You want
wild.
to chime in on the Greek?
Yeah, I can. Well, all the interesting stuff he's talking about is only in. Are you talking about in the Aramaic or the Hebrew? I guess it's just the Hebrew.
I was talking about in what I've written, but you want to go through the Hebrew?
He said it was a Greek idiot.
Greek.
Idiotos is or idios is of your own in Greek. So originally, like an idiot
Possessive.
just meant you were with your own. Jesus ho Nazaraios ho Basileus ton Judaion. That just says Jesus the Nazarene,
Nazareth.
the King of the
Mhm.
Jews. Yeah.
Mhm.
The Yahweh meaning is only preserved in Hebrew.
Wait, did you say in the Greek it says "and the king" or just the king?
just the king?
king.
It just says Jesus the Nazarene, the King of the Jews.
So it'd be inserted in the grammar of the Hebrew if it
Yeah,
was.
But note
And it
in
was
Hebrew,
also written in Latin.
Hebrew has way
Yep.
more ands in it than Greek does. So because you have
Right.
you have a whole vav conjunction, and that's how you show that you're going
Right.
into a new sentence a lot of times. So they had
Very continuing
vavs.
a context.
Yeah, vav, and all it is one letter. In Greek, you have to have chi. So
Yeah.
kappa, alpha, iota.
Mm,
It's like
expensive
it's like
compared
its own
to
word.
the single letter.
The other thing with the Hebrew, you said, what was it when you said the Nazarene, but you had a ha? It was the article, right? So
Yeah, it was the article.
If it was "and the king,"
Mhm.
would be "va" at the beginning, like "vamelech" instead of
Okay,
"the
so
hamelech."
the hey mixes with the vav. That's right.
Yeah.
So, but
Mhm.
in Hebrew, to do your article, you jam just a letter onto the front of a word, the ha,
Right.
or the
Mhm,
hey
the ha.
usually, or and to say and you do a vav. In Greek, you have your article is a separate word, just like in English, and same
Right.
with and is a
Which is
separate
like,
word.
these are both articles. They mean the same thing, but this is plural and that's singular.
And it wasn't a abbreviation, it was the full sentence. Because I would say that if they were to put just the first letter, they would have probably put mem for melech, but if it's the full thing, it makes sense that it would be vamelech hayudim.
Mm-hmm. Which would then
So it
be
would be
Yahweh.
Yud-Hey-Vav-Hey.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's
So-
really interesting.
That's pretty dope.
The
Well,
Jews
and-
read the Yahweh because that was also common practice for the Jews, especially in the Mishnah. You read in the Mishnah all the time. They use these mnemonic
Always doing
devices. Of,
gematria. and
we're going to
shit.
use the first letter of every single word in a sentence, and that's going to be now this like phrase.
Wait,
They're
don't
used
read it
to
like
reading,
this. Read it like this because of these letters. That's literally half the time.
right?
And so if
It's
they're
so
wanting
much
to,
of it, yeah.
they're wanting to change it to "I am the King of the Jews" because that would stick an aleph at the or an
Aleph,
aleph at the
yeah.
front, right?
Well,
Yeah.
I thought
I would
that
change it
they
from
were trying
a
to
head or
change
vav
it
to an aleph.
to
Because it'd be
he
ani.
said, "I am the King of the Jews." I didn't think that they were
Well,
just
either
trying
way.
to put "I am" in there, but maybe.
Well, if he said, that would just be the grammar at the end of one of the words. It wouldn't be its own phrase. I mean, even if it was, it's still changing specifically the
Oh,
Yahweh
yeah,
because
but
they are
it
so
would-
used to reading
right.
the first
Yeah.
letter of each word in a sentence that they would immediately spot Yahweh because their eyes were trained for it at the time because of the rabbinic practices. And it says that the chief priests are the ones who got offended. So the dudes who are doing this practice the most, they see it, they spot it, they recognize it, and then they ask him to change it.
It is funny. It is funny because they go through all of this heartache to get, the Lord Jesus crucified, but then at the end they're like, well, okay, hang on now, with the sign, can't be having that. It's just kind of like, I feel like you should just take the W.
Yeah.
I doubt
Interestingly,
Pilate had anything to do with like knowing that it's spelled Yahweh,
yeah, I agree.
but
Because he's
like,
likely
He would have
writing it
spoken
specifically in
Why are you
Latin.
Hebrew, wouldn't he?
No.
He was mostly spoken Greek.
Well, I
Yeah.
know he would have spoken Greek, but
Latin.
you would think he would have had the sense enough to try and understand the language that he was.
I don't think so.
procuring
can't
in
They
Over
wouldn't
power.
learn the slave languages.
It would be like an authority in the United States not needing to learn Spanish, because
Right.
all the power is
No,
concentrated.
I'm
in
not
the Greek.
saying. I'm not saying that.
Or like
you would have to or anything
Ethiopian,
like that, but
for example.
I just
much more
he
likely
would
that
have-
the
he
subjects
been
would
in the
speak
area.
Greek than the authority figure would speak
The
whatever
rulers.
they spoke.
I never said that they would.
Yeah.
I was just saying, he was exposed to Hebrew.
Trey said a dispensationalist
Yeah, I don't think-
thing.
Yeah, like what? I'm getting attacked. Like a bunch of millennialists.
Stephen got circumcised just for the Jew jokes. Is wild. Thank you for super chat, brother.
That's commitment, though. Gotta commit to the act.
It is, yeah.
That is commitment.
You gotta-
Are you allowed to have
Give me a phone.
sedatives during that?
No,
You're
according
not.
to rabbinic law.
Okay, well, at least he's not rabbinic.
Well, getting cut's not the bad part; it's the healing.
Yeah.
So you
What do you
say.
mean?
Well, the cutting is very quick. It's near like if
I'm
you have
not
a good one, it's gonna go pretty quick.
I don't want
The
anybody
healing
cutting on
takes
me
weeks.
anywhere.
It's not. It's
Yeah,
not the beheading.
Well,
it's
no,
just the
listen.
dying afterwards.
Yeah.
The healing's really
A
bad because if you
beheading
just
is
so happen to get a boner for whatever reason, and it stretches, it's gonna tear. Again.
Oh gosh, that would have sucked.
This
so
is
bad.
a Christian channel. I
Yeah, none of
thought.
us have had boners before.
Yeah.
Well, we
I
certainly
have
don't
2
talk
kids,
about
but
them.
a boner was not involved in either of them.
Don't talk to me about what Christians should say, you slippery Judaizer.
Yeah, you
He said wearing
I
a tallis and tefillin.
I sort of heard something or the other, but so
You
anyway,
were-
hey
You
guys,
have an expert. We have an expert experiencer on which part is worse, the cutting or the growing.
the cutting was nothing.
Healing.
So like I said, the nurse was trying to chase me out because she says, the longer you're in this hospital bed, the higher your bill's going to be. And she tried to give me, I forget what, there's all sorts of pain, Vicodins or
Oxycontin.
oxycodone or, yeah. And I was laying in the bed and I said, well, I don't need that. And I was like, I'm ready to go home. And she goes, well, you got to pee first. And I said, okay.
Yeah.
So somebody, this is where we need like the PR guy, not the PER
Yeah.
guy, but like the PR, public relations.
Not the
Somebody
peer.
stop me if I'm telling
the peer.
if I'm telling stories that shouldn't be told.
Say everything.
So I went to go to the bathroom. I'll try to edit my language. I went to go to the bathroom and it looks like a mummy, your own little personal mummy friend. And it looked fine. So I peed fine. And then I go back and I go, I'm ready to go home. And she goes, trust me, you want to take this. And I said, I don't want to take pain medication. I don't, there's so much
Just
that doesn't seem
rabbinically,
okay about
it's
that.
not,
Yeah. And so she goes, trust me. So I took that first one and I went home with a whole bottle of them, but I never took one again. It wasn't really that painful. But then what they said is just the next day you have to, for the healing process, you have to unwrap it. And it looked fine. Everything looked good when it was wrapped. But then the next day I unwrapped it and wow. And so I did that and I'm in the bathroom. My wife's outside the door and she goes, is everything okay? And I go, I don't think so. And she
Looks
goes,
like a war zone.
she's like, well, let me see. And I said, no, it was,
You guys had only been married for like 2 years when this happened, by the way, right?
1 year. 1 year.
How old were you?
Yeah.
at
Yeah,
this
it was like
time again?
right
I was-
after your marriage. She was 22.
Yeah. So
I don't know why
I
I'm now
was
picturing a Brooklyn storefront with the words Steven's discount circumcisions.
50% off.
So imagine being a 22-year-old man and you get excruciating
married.
pain every time you have an erectron. Oh man.
Yeah.
Well, so the
Newlywed, too.
the urologist specifically told her, do not be attractive. Go out of your way to not be attractive to your husband because this can cause problems.
Did she wear a niqab and a hijab?
As
No, she
Muslims
just
have
told me-
proven that.
No, she
didn't
just
help.
told me she liked Coldplay and I was
Yep.
good for the
Yeah, nah, that's wild.
Hey,
She
I
said
know
she
she's
likes
It's good that your wife
watching.
went to
Forrest She said she liked Forrest Frank. And that's all it took.
All right. So anyway, what were you guys talking about that wasn't that?
So I have a peace story as well. And Robert said as long as Chris isn't telling stories. So I got a STD test
Look what you did now.
right
he's
whenever I
doing
got
one.
married. Yeah. So that I think I've told the story on stream before. I've only passed out from pain twice in my life. And I have been impaled, I have been stabbed, and I've been shot by 2 ricochets and 1 stray. I've gone through a variety of pains. I've been hit in the face by baseball bats. I've had my head hit onto brick walls. I've gone through it. The only time I've really deeply passed out from pain was whenever I got an STD test because my wife was nervous about me having something because I was a bit promiscuous before we got together. I was like, that's totally fine. I agree. I was with some pretty sleazy women in my life. And for the STD test I got, they had to get, they have a Q-tip that has spikes on one side of it going down. And
No, my
it's
dad
like
told
this
me this
long.
story.
Or you're sadistic.
And there's
you.
My
telling
dad
us
was
about
a rock and
spikes
roller
on
in the
it.
70s, and I've heard
This
this
guy's
story.
it shoves
masochist.
in, and then these open up, and then they scrape outward going out.
Oh,
I feel like this was worse than circumcision. But for whatever reason, I decided to not pee before it, but pee after it. And me getting it the first time made me almost fall over. Me
the first
peeing,
time? There's another time?
No. So whenever it went in and came out, I was in so much pain. I grabbed everything around me and just like, but then I decided to go pee like 5 minutes later, and the pain was so bad. I passed out midstream, hit the wall behind me, and was still peeing
Let me
off to the
point
side.
something for people who aren't familiar with anatomy. If even a stray hair goes in there, it hurts like hell.
Yeah.
Or soap in the
Yeah,
shower.
you have to
or-
walk like this to get to the bathroom to take
So-
care of business because it hurts so bad.
When I had brain
Can't
surgery,
imagine.
one of the things.
It was awful.
Yeah. No, I had
brain surgery.
brain surgery. Yeah. That's maybe why I'm dispensationalist. But when I
what they hit.
when I like to say that I gave him a piece of my mind, but when I came to after surgery, I noticed a burning pain in my loins, like David in the Psalms, and I was like, "Mom, what's wrong?" And she was like, "Well, you have a catheter," and I was like, "Oh my gosh!" So I was like, "Well, this needs to stop." I was like, can we get this out? And they were like, that's going to hurt worse than it does right now. And I was like, no, I don't think you understand. And they're like, okay. So they took it out and they were like, all right, we need you to pee. We need you to be able to prove that you can pee without the catheter or else we're going to have to recath you. I was like, okay. Could not pee. So I had to get recathed while I was awake.
Oh,
Oh,
I had the
no
same thing.
sedative,
Yeah.
because the problem
Yep.
is the catheter doesn't it has to go all the way to the bladder or else it doesn't actually work because that hole is closed off. So it goes all the way up. That was that was the single worst pain I've ever felt in my entire life. I did not pass out. I had a ton of fentanyl in my system at the time, but it was
So that's
excruciating.
self-lubricating What I got
By the
was
way, there's a
dry and
Calvinist in
cut
the
me.
chat, so they think God predestined you for that. So, just saying.
Same.
Yes, that is where
you
we
guys try
differ.
having a baby.
But I'm cool.
Yeah,
All
she's not wrong.
All right, we can't all. I don't have a uterus to push something out of, but
Exactly.
I would
I
never
feel
have a
like what I
baby.
experienced was equivalent.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, come on, Chris. Oh,
Oh no, it's bad. You can get one.
My
It's
wife-
free.
My wife
You can go
always
get
got
STD
the,
test.
yeah,
She
but
always
my
got the
wife has had
epidural.
a catheter several times,
Well,
but she's also
catheters-
had 4 children.
Are a bit different for women, right?
Well, okay, yeah, that's true. There's a lot less,
I froze.
Yeah.
real estate, but still,
No, there's a lot more real estate.
I had a paper
no, yeah,
cut once.
I mean from the women's perspective.
Yes, yeah, for sure.
But also, like, I would never want to pass a 9 centimeter circumference kidney stone. You know, no matter how
Right, but
much
it's-
real estate we've got
right.
to work with.
Yeah, but the
Right. It's all about scale, right? Females are designed to stretch.
true.
The urethra's not.
Hmm.
Okay.
And there's more nerve endings in there versus is in the other. Like, because it's not like coming out of the top mountain range on women. It's coming out of the place that has significantly less nerve endings. Our nerve endings are the area that hurts the most.
how about that Pontius Pilate guy? He was pretty messed up, huh?
mixing their blood with the sacrifices.
Yeah, yeah.
What I have written, I have written. Anyway,
I have to go here in a minute.
You're
highly
welcome.
recommend people to never get an
everyone.
STD test. Then the soldiers, when they had crucified Jesus, took his garments and made 4 parts, a part to each soldier, and it also his tunic. Now the tunic was seamless, woven in one piece from the top. This indicates that he was not a poor hippie. This was an expensive piece of fabric, and it was very nice, which is why they gambled for it. You don't gamble for garbage. So Jesus is in very, very nice clothing, indicating that he was not a poor beggar. So the people who have the poverty gospel, Jesus had enough wealth to have this tunic. Now the people who have the prosperity gospel and go the other way and say, oh, well, Jesus was a very wealthy man. He had to have his own personal, accountant essentially with Judas. I think that might be going a little too far. He was not, is somewhere in like the upper middle class. He's not like this, wild and out bawling uber rich dude, but he's also definitely not poor. There's also the debate on whether or not he had enough money, like them as a group, not him specifically, but them as a group had enough money to buy bread for the entire crowd based on some of the wording for the feedings of the 4,000 and the 5,000. If he did, then again, he would not be poor. He wouldn't be uber rich. He would be like well off, or like them as a community would be enough finances to take care of everyone who was present.
So what do you make of the
So-
verse where the Lord Jesus says that the foxes have holes and the birds have nests, but the Son of Man has nowhere to lay his head?
He did not buy his own home or make his own home. He was staying with Peter for the whole duration. And I think if I remember correctly, that's also an allusion to the Old Testament.
Well, so I had always understood that to be that the Lord Jesus wasn't homeless. Like, not that he didn't have anywhere to go necessarily, but like he did not, he was not exactly well off, is how I kind of understood what he was saying.
I took it more as a social commentary. Not that he had like an actual place, but that the people around him would not accept him. But
Right.
What?
You also
I
didn't
can
have the
look
same
up that
type of
passage.
homelessness. The same type of homelessness you have now, because like a lot of their houses were made out of basically mud and sticks. If you really wanted to have a home, you could make it yourself. Now, if you're in the middle of the city, it's going to be a little bit more built out, but pretty much anyone back then could have a house. It would just take you a couple weeks or months to build it. So even a poor beggar would have some form of a habitat to dwell in. That wouldn't be like the luxuries we have now, but in today's age, there's homelessness much more so because of the over population and not enough land, and the resources themselves are not readily available. But technically, homeless people aren't like truly homeless. They typically sleep in tents. They sleep in some makeshift housing. They're not just literally on the ground sleeping with nothing above them. Some of them are, but most of them aren't. So even that idea of I didn't have anywhere to lay my head. Well, if he lived in a tent, for example, like Abraham and Jacob and Isaac, that would still be a place to lay his head. So, and he obviously also lived with Peter himself. I think this is more just a phrase to show his humanity and his commitment to serving God, not being stationary, and all those little tidbits of like, hey, pick up your cross, follow me, count the cost of following me, what it might mean for you. But that's how I've interpreted that previously, if anyone else wants to give their opinion.
Well, right. It's in the context of the impulsive, quote unquote, disciple saying, hey, I want to follow you wherever you go. I don't want to leave you like you're asking me to. And he's like, all right. You do realize that the way I take it is he's telling him even the animals got it better than I do.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, look, man, I think, it's kind of like what he said to those other people, right? You're not following me because you actually appreciate me. You're following me because you ate of the loaves and were filled.
Mm-hmm.
Count the cost. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Jesus was a squatter. I mean, technically, but he also was like invited, so it's not.
I was
not
gonna
like
say
squatting.
he did take up residence in condemned housing.
Yeah, no. Peter invited him. It seems like to live with him,
the Pope.
and his wife and mother-in-law.
Right. Sorry, Ash made a great point.
The Pope.
No.
Oh, the Pope.
The Vatican didn't have money back then.
Slippery Gentilizer coming in here.
Yeah, dude, the Vatican was like,
So they said to one another, let us not tear it, but cast lots for it to decide whose it shall be. This was in order that the scripture would be fulfilled. They divided my garments among them, and for clothing they cast lots. Again, I do words good for a living. Therefore the soldiers did these things, but standing by the cross of Jesus were his mother and his mother's sister, Mary, the wife of Clopas, and Mary Magdalene. Bunch of Marys. Too many Marys.
Oh, this is
When Jesus,
my point on authorship that I brought up a long time ago is he seems
Oh,
to go
yeah.
out of his way to not. Whoa, am I still there?
You
You can
are.
hear me?
you're
I
not
think my
visually
camera went
there,
out.
but
That's
we can.
okay. I don't.
Oh,
look that
we can
great
see.
right now
We can see
anyway.
the true Frocon.
The true fun. So part of why I even like coming out of my skepticism and out of my atheism, John was the gospel I was most friendly toward taking the original authorship from the disciple from, and the reason was because he goes so out of his way to not mention his own name, which is a very weird thing to do if you're trying to be a pseudographer. But something else that I noticed is he doesn't mention the names of any of his family members. But the one thing that bothered me with that theory was he also avoids the name of Jesus's mother. He just says his mother. He never says Mary in his gospel. But then keep reading and you'll see whenever I finally figured out why, it made the hair stand up on my arms. So note that he doesn't ever mention the names of any of his family members, and he doesn't mention the name of Jesus's mom. We'll keep going.
Mm-hmm. When Jesus then saw his mother and the disciple whom he loved standing nearby, so this is likely John, he said to his mother, "Woman, behold your son." Then he said to his disciple, "Behold your mother." From that hour, the disciple took her into his home. So that would be now they are family.
Yep. Yeah, when I first noticed
Yeah.
that, it made the hair stand up on my arms, and I'm not even exaggerating. Like I looked down and saw the hair stand up on my arms.
We can also see this
I-
with the wedding in Cana. He never actually says Mary in any of the wedding in Cana verses.
Correct.
I'm going to
Why
go
would
to
he
bed.
do that if she had other sons?
So I was literally about to. I was about to mention something about that, but I don't know if I want to get into that.
Kiss.
I don't know if I want to get into that this late at night. But it is interesting how the Lord Jesus says, "Who are my brothers? Who are my sisters? Who is my mother?" But the ones who come after me, and so whenever it to me it makes sense that the Lord Jesus would commit his mother to John and not to one of his earthly siblings, because they were not at the time actually convinced that he was even the Messiah.
Dude, the Jen are after us, man. I can't get my camera back on.
That would be
Steven just
my
dropped.
that would be my
That's for sure,
defense
Jen.
of Protestant understanding of that passage.
Right.
But because
And one of
technically,
the Catholic defenses would be, from that hour the disciple took her into his home. You could say, oh, well, this means that she was with him for a very long time. When James and Jude convert, at least by the time of the Pentecost, so like 50 days later, why wouldn't she then go into John, especially because he's writing this years later? So this would indicate that from that hour the disciple took her into his
you'd
home
be
would then
making the
be
claim that our Lord was not omniscient at that point.
I don't think so. Why?
Because
That he wouldn't.
believers right afterwards. Why wouldn't they just be for their mother after that?
the 50
Well, they
days?
weren't at the time,
Yeah.
right?
Well, why would that be like knowing that's going to be like not very long afterwards? Why would this be like a declaration, like to change who's taking care of her after that?
I mean, the Lord Jesus just doesn't say. I'm not gonna say one way or another, but it appears as though
He doesn't say. There's just like no mention of like other sons who will take care of her. He gives her to John to look to care for her.
Yeah, again, I don't think I particularly want to go into this because it is my bedtime, and I like to preserve that now because it is helpful. Because I would like to plug waking up earlier in the morning and taking time to read your Bible and spend it in prayer. This will revolutionize the game. All of you who do not do this, do it. Wake up a little bit earlier. Get in there. I am running. Yeah.
Amen.
No,
I would be
Also,
I would be
Steven.
more than happy to talk
Oh,
about this.
I don't think Chase is running. I think he's just tired.
You are running.
He's having 11 p.m. bedtime for weeks now.
I do. And it
I can
has
see this in previous streams.
100%
Yeah, yes.
revolutionized the game.
Yeah.
Is it?
So yeah, 11
should
p.m.
probably
because
also
I wake
do-
up at 7. I have time to do my chores and get in the Word before I have to go to work. So
Yeah, I should probably also go to
Ace.
sleep at 11 most nights, given that at 5 a.m. I'm being smacked in the face by a 2-year-old who's,
Yep.
trying to get the day going.
Can she climb out of her crib now?
Yeah.
Or he?
Yeah, he is in his crib, but he will he falls asleep with he has little books and stuff like that, and if I forget to take them out of his crib, he will chuck them at me.
Mine, she can climb right out. She can open doors now. She's mobile. She can go
Man.
anywhere. She can
Clever
climb up
girl.
in bed. I think it's my wife walking in. It's her. She comes up, Daddy, Daddy, Daddy. It's slapping me in the face.
How old is she?
2.
That's cute.
all right.
Wait, it's been 2 years since you guys had your kids?
No, well, that one. And then I have a 5-month-old.
Okay.
The 5-month-old
Okay,
is
okay.
the main
Yeah, I have
source
a
of me
2-month-old.
being gone and drama and all that because he's
Yeah.
needy.
Okay. Man, you guys just gave me a heart attack that it's been 2 years since you just both had newborns. And I was like,
No.
there's no way it's been 2 years. All right.
See ya.
Yeah. My heart is settled. See you, brother.
The Judaizer has been hidden.
He is hidden. Also, you're not
been
in
hidden.
the StreamYard link. Just reload the StreamYard. Anyway. So, that's that little debate there. After this, Jesus, knowing that all things had already been finished, in order to finish the scripture, said, I am thirsty. A jar full of sour wine was standing there, so they put a sponge full of sour wine upon a branch of hyssop and brought it to his mouth. Therefore, when Jesus had received the sour wine, he said, "It is finished," to Telestai. And bowing his head, he gave up his spirit. So Telestai is interesting. And now I have a Greeker who can make fun of me and or correct me if I say anything wrong. But my understanding of Telestai is that it's in the perfect tense of the phrase, which basically indicates that it's something happening, that something that happened in the past is currently affecting the present and will continue to affect the future. This is not a tense that appears in English. We have past, present, and future. This is like a combination of all three.
Aorist.
So like for all time, this thing has happened. And then it basically means something that is accomplished or done. And according to a variety of people, this was used in several different contexts. It was used in a legal context whenever debts were paid. It was used supposedly by the rabbis whenever they examined an animal and declared it to be fit for sacrifice. And it was also used by servants whenever they would return to their master after they had accomplished a task the master had them set out to do. So Jesus, when he said this, was saying that he accomplished the task the Father had for him to do. He was a perfect sacrifice, and that he paid the debt for all humanity, not just in the past, not just in the future, but presently with us. So all people, past, present, future, have been sanctified, redeemed, and restored by the death of Jesus as the perfect sacrifice sent by the Father to fulfill the will of the Father and bring all of humanity back to him, those who will accept him. That's how I've heard it repeatedly over and over again. Now you can make fun of me.
Pronunciation was fine for Erasmian pronunciation, and you know way more about this tense than I do. I just translate the perfect tense like have finished. And I can't remember the conjugations for pluperfect and perfect. So I can't fact check you, but I think that is perfect tense with the repeated tete listai.
Yeah. I think this is VPPIS. So it's verb, perfect, passive, indicative, third person singular. So logos fact checking the perfect tense of it. But the effect of this on world history is also interesting whenever we look at the Psalms. So for those who are deep into the nerd stuff, Psalm 22 starts with my God, why have you forsaken me? And this is the first words Jesus speaks on the cross. And then all of this goes through. All of it is a prophecy of the cross, the worm. Yeah.
Why does it render that in the English? Ayela Tashachar? Why does it put the sh twice? SHSH? Hash Shahar?
Oh, Hashashar?
Is there some guttural between them or something? What's that look like in Hebrew? Oh, there it is.
Ayela Tashachar.
Hashashar.
Does the dot means the double consonant, and SH is one letter in Hebrew. Maybe that's what's happening.
You're saying because of the dagesh, but
that's
weird.
Sometimes the dagesh is a double consonant, but sometimes it's just a different. And that like sometimes it just changes the sound.
Yeah.
And then you have the dots on
that
top.
would change the sound too, though. It'd be a stress.
Interesting. Ash, because that's why. And Steven infers because of the Dagesh. So, interesting. Anyway, we have this, my God, why have you forsaken me? This is quoted by Jesus on the cross whenever he opens it up. All of this is a prophecy of the crucifixion, basically. I did a whole video on it with the worm. But all of the rest of it is also, like all of these things highlighted, point to the cross. So the bones being out of joint, the heart like wax melting, the strength dried up like a potsherd because you dehydrate heavily on the cross, dying, and then yet you will not, see me there. You will, restore me, and all of that. I will be recounted above the Lord to the coming generations. So his seed, the seed of the Messiah, who's going to die, his seed among his seed, he will be spoken of from generation to generation. They will come, his children, Christians, they will come and will declare his righteousness to a people who will be born, to people yet unborn, that he has done it. He has accomplishment. He has finished it. And you can use the same language of, he says, it is finished. So he's opening and ending the cross with a quotation of Psalm 22, or a
Do you have,
loose paraphrase of Psalm 22 for the ending.
Do you have the Septuagint there where we can see if it's the same verb?
Yeah,
The Psalms don't match with the Septuagint and the Masoretic.
No,
They're
it's
like
not.
one off from each other.
There's a
Yeah.
few off.
It's to make it. But it still actually
Wait.
has he made of the Lord. It's finished of the Lord, or he has done of the Lord, which is kind of interesting. I mean,
Well, because in Hebrew
scroll,
it's
it's
asa,
easier to
which
see.
is just like making or doing.
right. So he takes that context and then applies it at the end in the perfect tense, indicating that he has accomplished this for eternity. So, the people who are not yet born will hear from generations previously of what this Messiah figure will do on the cross, and through that they will be saved. So we see this whole Psalm 22 context on the cross from start to finish, which is pretty cool. Going back down to that. So neat little thing there. You can dive into the specifics of tetelestai, but it's one of my favorite words of the Bible. And bowing his head, he gave up his spirit. Then the Jews, because it was the day of preparation, so that the bodies would not remain on the cross of the Sabbath, for the Sabbath was a high day, asked Pilate that their legs might be broken, that they might be taken away. This is again part of the debate me and Steven are doing on the Sabbath, and he's not currently here, so I'm going to skip past it. We can argue about it later. So the soldiers came and broke the legs of the first man and of the elder who was crucified with him. But coming to Jesus, when they saw that he was already dead, they did not break his legs. Now, this again would be weird. Granted, he was scourged worse than normal people who are crucified, so he had more blood loss, but typically people would last longer than 6 hours. So he died relatively quickly on the cross, which is why the other ones had their legs broken. And as I mentioned earlier, you had to pull up on your nails to breathe, because whenever you're compressed that way, you can breathe in, but you can't breathe out. So you can't do a full respiratory cycle unless you have your lungs not compressed. So because his lungs were stretched out, he can't actually, with his muscles, contract it and expand it the way you normally can. So he has to pick himself up in order to allow the breathing to happen. So every breath he took caused pain. They broke the legs. Hey, Steven's back. They broke the legs in order to kill them through asphyxiation. So not through blood loss, not through trauma, not through any of that. They would asphyxiate because they no longer were able to breathe because they couldn't lift their body up, because you use your feet and your arms to do that breathing things. They have the nail in the ankle bones, so you have that as a pivot point. So every time you breathe, you're hurting your feet, you're hurting your wrist, you're hurting your back due to the splinters that are going into it, and you're hurting your lungs because of the intense pressure that was on it previously. So every single breath you take is excruciating pain, yet your body naturally wants to stay alive, so it's way harder to force yourself to asphyxiate. So they're taking advantage of the fact that your body will automatically try not to asphyxiate to force you into more pain for hours at a time. And then they break the legs in order to kill the person, or they crush their head or stab them. They came up with a variety of ways to kill people, and just more and more creative ways to do it. Sometimes they would set them on fire. They had to have a death blow, which is also why the swoon theory is stupid, that Jesus was only crucified and survived it. It's very dumb. Apparently Satan is not allowing Steven to join the stream again. But the Romans guaranteed the death of the crucifixion victims. So the whole idea from the Jesus seminar that he survived this is idiotic. They would have done some form of death blow. And they even did the death blow on Jesus, even though they thought he was dead. He didn't break his legs because he thought he was dead. But one of the other soldiers pierced his side with a spear, and immediately blood and water came out. So he still did the death blow, even though he was already dead, just to guarantee that he was dead. And then the water coming out is actually a real thing. This is a real phenomena. Modern people who don't really know about torture, they don't witness this much, but whenever you are in this state of stress and suffering, specifically from that type of like blunt trauma, you produce an excess of water and it can pool in your lungs. So he was drowning from his body basically flooding itself. And then whenever he got stabbed, all the blood and water that built up in that area all spilled out. So this is not scientifically impossible, just like the sweating blood. That's actually, we have documented cases of both of those things happening. And then the blood on the shroud turn is from a from a tortured man that matches the same beryllium and other neurotoxin chemicals in the bloodstream of torture victims. So you have the shroud turn agreeing with this as well.
Chris, have you seen Gary Habermas talk about this, like the piercing of the pericardium and the two different fluids?
I don't think I've seen Gary specifically talk about it. I have his books on the evidence for the crucifixion. I don't think I've seen him speak on this.
Whoever wants to go more into this, he talks about how I don't remember which medical journal it was, but there's an article from a medical journal where they did basically not an autopsy on Jesus, but they analyzed how he died and what happened in the different stages of it. And he goes through all of it from this article. It's really, really good. But he talks about this sac around the heart that builds up this liquid.
Mm-hmm.
We have to clarify. Somebody said finish it before the Jew returns. Judaizer. I'm the Jew.
Do you need more evidence,
guys?
I'm the Jew. He's the Judaizer.
Steven's asking what your position on the shroud is, since they're both skeptics.
I have yet to be convinced. I can see why, but I have yet to be convinced that it's the shroud.
Okay. I do have a 45-minute video on the shroud for the evidence of it. I think the most impressive thing for me is the superficial image and the blood. Like the blood content.
I've seen. Here's the thing, right? I think you first of all you have a different accounting in the gospel narratives of whether the linens were there or not there, right? One mentions it, one doesn't.
John,
so we can assume that it was there and that they found it. Of all the relics that they kept in the church, wouldn't that be one that you'd think would be like really well documented and not found much?
Well, there is
later.
So there is sources that go back to the 400s that mention a burial cloth of Jesus in Constantinople. Then later, whenever it got sacked, there was a dude who said that he saw that thing that had the image of the Lord on it get taken away. So you do have some, and it's a different name for the image itself and for the cloth. It's not of Turin, because that's obviously the later 1500s phrase for it. But we do have witnesses who
the shroud of Turin was made up in Turin.
We do have witnesses that talk about an image, a cloth that had the image of Jesus on it, as a relic within Byzantium in the 400s, 500s, 600s. And it matches the Shroud of the Day, though, which is relatively dated to the 300s. Then the X-ray dating on it as well. So the wax dating, the wide-angle X-ray scattering, that has given it a first century dating as well for the Shroud of Turin. So you do have some like chain of custody throughout it if you follow those narratives. And then obviously it lines up very well with all the other stuff on it, the pollen on it, the blood content, the image itself, I think is like, for me, being a physics nerd, that is by far the most impressive thing because of how clear it is and how thin the image is. It's not even the full width of a fiber. It's not even a tenth of the width of a fiber. It is on the surface of one side of a fiber. And yet it has three-dimensional depth to it. We don't know how that happened. And our best guess is radiation, burning it.
Aliens.
Slightly. Not even burning it, just coloring it. It's aliens. Aliens are a better answer than forgers in the 1500s, in my opinion. It is kind of stupid to say that it was a forgery at that time. especially because they don't have any, like, the amount of knowledge you need to have in order to reproduce that thing. We still haven't effectively done it now with all that we know about it. And with all of our knowledge of chemistry that we now have, we don't have a method to produce it. And then it has the weird blood, it has a tortured victim's blood, which is very weird. Like, if you're making a forgery, why would you torture a dude, harvest his blood, then use that in your forgery? Why wouldn't you just use like pig blood or something?
Blood.
Wait, what'd you
ask
say? Dash?
Torquemada.
You said in medieval
you could
Europe
find
there's a lot of tortured blood.
pretty easily.
I'd be an idiot if I was medieval. I'd probably put berry juice on there, thinking I was tricking people.
Yeah, because they didn't know the
Again,
science
like-
would be able to tell, right?
Right. So why in the world would they use specifically tortured person's blood on it? And then line up with all the wounds and everything else. And
You got to commit.
it also doesn't match the Gothic style of forgeries. So we do have forged relics from that time period, and they all are like, he has a halo. It's very disproportionate. It's the markings are in the hands instead of the wrists for the wounds.
So here's a question that I have, not to make this again about whatever. I'm just curious about your opinion on it. Would you not say that if the Shroud of Turin is legit, that our Lord was the first Christian iconographer?
He was the first one to take a selfie.
But he was obviously okay with icons then.
I mean, you're assuming that he intended for people to keep it for veneration.
Well, no, just the
Not
fact
just
that he's
a natural
on it,
byproduct of the resurrection. Yeah.
right? Right, it would be not making
I've
the
never
icon
been
in the
asked
first
that.
place would be the first violation. Right, if you hold that making
I mean-
icons is idolatry to begin with, then that would already be the first act of
If-
violating the law.
If you put your face in a pool of mud, are you making an icon with the imprint?
I mean, leaving behind a shroud for his disciples wouldn't be the same as like sticking his face in the mud. You know what I mean? Like that would be very, very clearly not.
Yeah. No, I would just say that's like the natural byproduct of the resurrection is blinding light. And then
It's
that
like-
is what etched the shroud.
He did, if he did do it, it's like he left a photo behind. And then whatever
Right.
theology you want to give to him leaving them a photo is whatever theology you want to give to him leaving them a photo.
But the photo itself is not the problem, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's not a problem.
Right.
But
And
it's a
I
photo of God.
honestly,
What
I
do you do
don't.
with
So
the
that,
photo?
that would open up a whole can of worms category there, if you believe that. You know what I mean?
If I liked
Yeah, the
icons,
Torah
God.
version.
if
of
I
it.
liked icons, I'd take that
Yeah.
and run with it. But I don't know a whole lot about the debate. I'm not against icons
Yeah.
or for them. I don't really know anything.
Although, for the slippery Judaizers here, that would actually go against the Torah. So,
Uh-oh.
was the Torah fulfilled? And then whenever he resurrected, he did it? Because the Torah was fulfilled?
Yeah, this doesn't present as bad of a problem for Protestants in general as it does for a pronomian like Torah keeper.
Like a slippery Judaizer.
Like a slippery Judaizer named
Whose name?
Bob.
Don't name people. Ash, that's rude. His name
Bob.
rhymes with Steven.
It rhymes with Ippery.
His name rhymes with Steven.
No, I dropped the T. It's just Steven.
It's like in Family Guy when Peter's like trying to make up with a fake name and he sees like a P and he's like, P. And he sees somebody crying. He's like, tear. And then a griffin flies by. He's like, Griffin, Pete, tear, Griffin. Wait.
It's literally the one name he shouldn't say.
Yo soy Esteban.
All right, there we go.
I gotta test you here, Christian Gadfly. Is it yo or yo?
Yo.
Okay. You're a Mexican
Yo.
for sure.
Yeah, I think so. I think I had a more of a Chilean accent when I was a kid, and it's just bent Mexican. Because I'm just.
Are you
talking
actually
Mexican.
Chilean?
No, I lived in Chile for a year. My dad started a branch of his business there when I was a kid. He was selling parts for water well drills.
I want to get this Stetson, but the problem is it's spelled Llano, and I have no idea how to pronounce that, so I can't buy that.
What's either Llano or Llano?
One or the other, right?
If you were a Tico from Costa Rica, you'd say Llano.
Like with an actual j.
Yeah, they have a j.
That sounds like Portuguese. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I thought a Portuguese was.
Yeah. Yo tengo dos gatos pantalones. Yeah, just be that way sometimes. Why is the slippery one not watching on Gadfly's channel? That's a great question.
He refuses to give Gadfly the
I know.
watch time. I'm watching on Gadfly's channel as we're doing this. I have it.
I'm watching on Gadfly's channel.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Look at that. I'm on him.
And I'm so paranoid that I
But-
stopped
no.
running it on Chris's channel simultaneously, just in case YouTube doesn't count it at the same time.
Based. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm not even
Based
like, I don't
YouTube
have my
router.
chat open. Yeah. I'm actually going to close my stream. There we go.
Now we're
I usually
only on
pause it
Gadfly's.
instead of leaving it running. I'm leaving it running. Anyway, so, and he who was seen, because we're still not through chapter, and we're not going to finish that. And he who has seen has borne witness, and his witness is true, and he knows that he is telling the truth, so that you also may believe. For these things came to pass in order that the scripture would be fulfilled, not a bone of him shall be broken. And again, another scripture says, they shall look on him whom they pierced. Zechariah. Now, after these things, Joseph of Arimathea, being a disciple of Jesus. So this is a Pharisee. We talk about all the time of like, oh, how did they know this stuff? Whenever talking in the New Testament of like, oh, how do they know what Herod was saying? How do they know what the Sadducees were saying? How do they know what the Pharisees were saying? Well, he had disciples in all of these camps. We went through that, I think, last week. But here's one of his disciples in the camp of the Sanhedrin, being a disciple of Jesus, but secretly because of his fear of the Jews, asked Pilate that he might take the body of Jesus. Pilate granted permission, so he came and took away his body. Nicodemus, who had first came to him by night, also came, bringing a mixture of myrrh and aloes, weighing about 100 litras. So this, again, is another Pharisee involved.
I love
And
this,
mirrors the
this
birth
redemption
narrative.
arc for Nicodemus, because when he first meets him,
Oh, yeah.
he's kind of scared of being seen with him. He's meeting him at night. They're speaking in Greek because the conversation's full of these double entendres. But here he is now. I feel like the people who show up,
He only shows up in John, too, by the way.
the people who show
He's
up
a
at
uniquely
your funeral,
Johnnian figure.
those are the real friends, you know. And it's interesting. He's bringing myrrh here too. So if the gall is also myrrh, this would be the third time myrrh pops up. With he gets it, Jesus gets it as a baby, as a gift, and then he drinks it, and then now it's being anointed with it. His dead body.
Also interesting to note, because of the disciples being terrified of being killed too, and they forsook him, the two people that didn't forsake him, well, John didn't either, but like of the ones who are burying him are Nicodemus, who was redeemed, and then another one
Who's a
Joseph of
Pharisee?
Arimathea,
Right.
who is the rich man, who's also a Pharisee. So we have two Pharisees burying Jesus when all of his disciples aren't there, which is very interesting. And then I also want to point out one thing. So they bound the body of Jesus, bound it in linen wrappings with the spices, as in the burial custom of the Jews. Now in the place where he was crucified, there was a garden, and in the garden a new tomb, in which no one had yet been laid. Therefore, because of the Jewish day of preparation, since the tomb was nearby, they laid Jesus there. Now it is Joseph of Arimathea who is providing the cloth, and he was a wealthy man, which is why, the Shroud of Turin is a very wealthy, expensive fabric, and the weave on it is also fairly fancy. They also have the spices on the shroud, and one super interesting thing is the new tomb. Jesus came into this world through a virgin woman, a new woman, like an unused woman. Jesus is being laid down into the ground in an unused tomb, a virgin tomb. He was given the gold, frankincense, myrrh as a baby, and now he has gold coins on his eyes, which is also in the Shroud of Turin, which mentions Pontius Pilate. Then you also have the myrrh being anointed with the oil, and the frankincense, which was used to make the smell of the dead not so pungent outside the tomb. So he has those three things showing who he was as a baby, and then his virgin mother, then he has a virgin tomb, and these three things at his death. And then you also have him being the bread of life, being laid in the manger for us all to eat from. Then you have him being the fulfillment of the bread of life in the Last Supper right before this, the Tetelestai, showing that it's all finished, all paid for in full. The new covenant has come, and then Jesus now dies to fulfill all things. And then he will resurrect to fulfill all the other things. So very, very neat parallels all over Jesus' life, all over the Old Testament, all over John. So much culminating in John 19. It's really cool.
Yeah, big
So, yes. Jesus, pretty amazing. This is also one of those Hebraisms. So, you want to say something?
I was gonna say I had somebody on my stream saying something about like, oh, your Jesus is just a Greek myth, and I'm like, find me a Greek myth that looks like this. Find me one.
Yep.
There's
Yeah,
nothing
especially with
that
this
looks
Greek
like-
myth here, like
to Hellenic peoples.
I'll be right back. I got a book suggestion.
so. This phrase here, mioton sabaton, is a phrase that only happens in the Gospels and only happens in context of Jesus's crucifixion. So this is a phrase being reserved from Hebrew. So it's a Hebraism describing the resurrection of Jesus used in all of the Gospels, indicating that whatever tradition they're pulling from all used it. So they're all like copying each other, or they're copying some other like oral tradition, whatever. But this is a formula that appears specifically with this mioton zabaton, and it's Jewish. So they're using a Jewish phrase to describe Sunday, the first day of the week, and it's the first of the Sabbath is literally the phrase what it means, like first of the Sabbath, but it's plural. So it's the first of the Sabbaths, yet it just means Sunday. So it's this weird phrase that appears in the Greek Gospels, which is very interesting. There's a lot of these. So there's a lot of Hebraisms within the New Testament Greek. There's a lot of Aramaisms also in the New Testament Greek. There's no nonsense Hellenized vocabulary or like Homeritic folklore and legends and poetry from the epics. Like you don't have the Greek pagan folklore within it. You have Jewish folklore, Jewish phrases, Jewish sayings, Jewish fulfilled prophecy, Jewish allusions to the Old Testament. It's a very Jewish book. And things like this show the Jewishness of it, where it doesn't make any sense to even write this in, like, this is an improper phrase. This is a grammatically bad phrase to describe Sunday in Greek, yet they use it because they're Jews, writing for Jews. Anyway, which John does the whole time. He quotes the Mishnah repeatedly.
This book, The Resurrection of the Son of God by N.T. Wright, I read it during my time of like faith crisis when I was an atheist coming out of atheism back into Christianity. Really good arguments for the resurrection. He does a survey. You can see it's thick. He does a survey of all the afterlife views from the ancient world, and there's nothing like the story of Christ. He looks at all the Greco-Roman things that are supposedly parallels. They're not parallels. And there was nothing like the idea of this bodily resurrection. The Jews had it, but it was supposed to be something that happened at the end time. And for it to happen to Jesus, and it's not just someone coming back to life, he's resurrected in a resurrection body, where it's like the way the Old Testament prophets prophesy the creation of a new heavens and the new earth. It's already been instantiated a little bit in the body of Christ. It's not just like a normal tree coming back. It would be like a new tree, a new creation.
Yeah. It's pretty awesome. Steven brought up the only thing Greek about the New Testament is the language.
And even then, not
absolutely
entirely.
true. Yeah, it uses Hebrew and Aramaic, just transliterated basically. I'm infuriated that Gadfly's wakefulness stamina is outdoing my 104 a month Wi-Fi bill.
See, this is where I think he might actually be a Jew. It's like, get Starlink at that point. Like, don't be so stubborn.
Well, to be fair, he's in
That's what
the
convinces
basement. He's in the basement in the corner, surrounded by wood and concrete. So his signal is terrible. What he needs to do, and Steven, I can do this next time we hang out. You need to just buy a little $25 Wi-Fi relay and put it at the end of the stairs next to your water heater and point it towards that room. If you do that, not on the water heater, like because you know you have that little go in. Instead of going right to the room with all the 200 guitars that you have, put it right on that box where the book that shall not be named was sitting, and then point it that way, and you should be able to have way better Wi-Fi down there, like significantly better Wi-Fi down there.
That's me in the corner. That's me in the basement, losing my connection. Nice.
Chris is flying through the chapter. I mean,
What's Ash's skin?
I don't know if you can
skincare
call.
routine? All right, you need kugel. Okay, you take the kugel, you just wipe it on your face. You'll get a lot of acne at first because of the oil, but then after time, your body will get used to it and stop producing acne in response to the kugel, and will just clog your pores so badly.
What is Kogel?
Kugel?
Uh-huh.
It's food.
Kugel? It's like there's different styles.
it's
like
like a
depending on who you ask, you could get
casserole.
shot for like getting this wrong, depending on the Jewish community. But like, so there's potato kugel, which is like a depending on how you make it, it could be shredded potatoes or like mushed potatoes, but like baked into like a pudding
It's a potato casserole.
chunk.
Yeah.
And then you could have Lakshan kugel, which is like usually a sweet like noodle kugel. And then there's like
That looks
Yerushalmi kugel, like
good.
Jerusalem kugel, which is like a little bit like sweet and spicy, like a very peppery sweet kugel with noodles. Yeah. Don't
The
even get
book
started
my
on
dog
Kishka.
like, yeah, I'm not gonna bring that up. Their dog really hates a book and tears it to shreds. I'm not gonna name what book it is, but it's a good dog that has the spirit of Christ on it. Whenever it sees that
Yeah,
book.
the meal, you say hash
So-
brown casserole, but think of a hash brown casserole that's designed for Jews to complain about it.
It's. I should do a Jewish cooking stream. That'd be fun, and then just make all of the super stereotypical Jewish dishes of both camps, and then compare them.
I had
that'd be
halal
fun.
bread for the first time like 2 weeks ago. Man, it was good. Oh my gosh. It was good with butter all over it.
Is Kugel the Jewish version of Italian spaghetti? No.
No, it looked like hash browns or like quiche or
Well, a latke is more like a hash brown.
yeah.
Kugel's something else. Like, depending on how you make it,
Went
kugel could be something
through-
where you cut it into pieces and like you could like literally hold a piece and eat it. But it could also be like mushy and like you have to eat it with like utensils. It
Yeah.
depends like the style. Some people put their kugel like they'll warm it up in like on their cholent. You're like, what the hell is a cholent?
I was like, I'm gonna have to Google that later. I
That
don't
actually
want-
doesn't sound bad. That would basically just be a Jewish version of American roast
I brought
beef.
cholent to church the other day.
Yeah.
Not even kidding. Yeah,
You're
we were
like-
gonna have like a whole.
You're gonna
so we were
convert all
have
the
this whole thing
Catholics
for
into Jews.
Yeah, we were gonna have like a thing for the Feast of the Dormition, and then we ended up not having the whole get together for that. So I took it, and instead of having it Saturday morning, Shabbat morning, we just put it in the fridge, brought the crock pot, and reheated it for Sunday. So we had Sunday cholent at church. Well, I don't know if I could call it a cholent because I didn't put any beans. So it was like, but it was in a crock pot cooked on the Sabbath morning, like from Friday night to Sabbath morning. So for me, it's cholent. You know what I mean?
I'm always down for chilling.
Okay. John 20. Now on the first
I think I'm
sentence,
gonna.
you're gonna get
get moving on.
Yeah.
Stop by one.
I gotta
more
wake up
stop
at
before I go
7.
Have a burger or something.
I'm gonna sacrifice my body for the cause of Christian Gadfly and monetized. So I'm gonna keep going until we finish John 21.
Oh my God.
Gonna be good.
So, in other words, to this point, we've gotten a third done of what we're going to get done.
Yeah.
We're a third of the way through, guys. Yeah, it's just left.
Although, to be fair, the first 2 hours were no progress made whatsoever.
That's true.
Yeah, in the last 40 minutes, I've made triple the progress of the first 2 hours.
It'll
So,
speed up.
I
It'll
think
speed
we
up.
can do it.
Have you ever
That's
had one of those
good.
turds? It's like it starts and it like hurts real bad, and then you get past that dry spot and it shoots right out. That's what this stream's going to be like.
I'm gonna take one of my stereotypes off. Become a full sheikh again. Sheikh Ginger in the house. Jesus is pleased.
You look like a
All right,
reaper.
so let's get into
Oh yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
the first day of the week. So again, a Jewish phrase. Mary Magdalene and came early to the tomb. I will also have to live stream at some point. While it was still dark, and saw the stone already taken away from the tomb. So she ran and came to Simon. It's interesting to me that John doesn't narrate the two angels rolling away the stone. At least I don't think he does anywhere.
He doesn't.
But he just entirely skips that part because all of the other gospel narratives already included it. So there are times where he appears to be like reading the previous sources or the previous gospels and seeing like, hey, I don't want to mention that. I'm not going to mention this. I will mention that because they're missing it. So he's adding details. He's removing details, specifically appearing to supplement the synoptics. So this stream is a turd. Thanks. So she ran and came to Simon Peter and to the other disciple whom Jesus loved, again, John, and said to them, they have taken away the Lord out of the tomb, and we do not know where they have laid him. So Peter and the other disciple went forth, and they were going to the tomb, and the two were running together, and the other disciple ran ahead faster than Peter and came to the tomb first.
That's so funny.
Still one of my favorite verses in the entire Bible.
It's like,
Especially because these are like younger.
Why do you have to record that? You know, you can tell he's kind of proud of
Yeah.
the fact that he got
Just-
there first. You can tell that it's the author. You can tell it's John, but he's not naming himself. It's just so funny.
Yeah. It's like Mark running out naked as a boy. And he just says the naked dude ran out. Yeah. So you have here with John outrunning Peter, and he's obviously not naming himself and he's making fun of him. But you also have to remember, John was probably anywhere from like 16 to like 24 or so whenever he was following Jesus. And Peter was likely around the same age, maybe a little bit older. But these would be dudes in their like young 20s. And they're racing. And then, you know, who knows how many decades later, you know, John might have been written in the 50s, 60s. That would be my view. I don't actually think it's after 70 AD because he doesn't mention the destruction of the temple at all. So like Matthew, like, oh, well, Matthew's obviously after 70 AD because it gets too much right. It's like, well, it could just be prophecy. But John, who's supposedly the latest, doesn't have any allusion to it whatsoever. And we're supposed to believe that it was written after 70 AD, like in the 90s. That doesn't really make sense to me. But let's say it was written in the 60s. So he's like 30 years later, he would be in his late 50s, early 60s. And he's still adding this in decades later to, you know, make fun of his friend Peter a little bit. Which I think is really funny. Might also be some evidence towards Peter not being dead yet, but that's its own thing of like, why would he make fun of the dude that was just crucified? But anyway, he makes fun of Peter. Very funny. And stooping and looking in, he saw the linen wrappings laying there, but he did not go in. And so Simon Peter also came, indicating that he had enough time to get in and look at the stuff before Peter came. So he was so much faster than Peter. He had time to survey the situation before Peter got there. So he's not just beating him, he's really beating him. And then Peter comes in and following him and entered the tomb, and he saw the linen wrappings laying there. This is part of the argument for the Shroud of Turin. being the face cloth and the linen wrappings, and we have the shroud turn and the sardaeum of Vedo. So you have both of the linen cloths there, one for the head covering, which matches the same blood and also the same wound patterns as the Shroud of Turin. That dates back to the 3rd century or the 4th century, and the Shroud of Turin might date back to the 1st century with the wax dating, but this could be the evidence for both of those existing. Not laying with the linen wrappings, but folded up and placed by itself. I've heard this taught, I've never actually looked it up. So take what I'm about to say with a grain of salt. There is a teaching in pop Christian sermons that this idea is a servant would do this whenever they are done with their work. So if they're like cleaning something, they're using a rag or a cloth or something to clean with, they would fold it up afterwards in a specific way and then place it to show that their work is done, and then they would leave for the day. So this might be Jesus folding his head coverings or his linen wrappings up in a certain way to show that the resurrection's done, his work is complete, all of these things, and then he's laying it down in the tomb to show that he's now leaving to go home. He's going to be with the Father. That also might be why they kept the shroud folded whenever they were worshiping with it, but that's again its own little thing. Again, I've not actually ever verified that, but I've heard that taught before. I don't know if you've heard that taught. Or you're just talking to the chat.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah, I saw that. Do you have an opinion on that?
Him leaving him there. I never heard that
Specifically folded up as a servant.
Yeah, I'd never heard that before. I just figure, hey, I'm not buried in London anymore. But yeah, you wonder why he didn't just take it with him. Yeah, that's really, really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, he seems to have phased through the cloth. So there's some blood clots on the cloth that were not damaged whenever the body was removed, which is very interesting. That's not possible. So the platelets, whenever they form a clot, they are basically forming a connective tissue bridge that's very sticky and clings to any surface that's on it, which is why if you put like a tissue on something and it clots, you remove the tissue, a little bit of the tissue fibers remain because it tore, or the clot goes with the tissue. To have a clot deep, like multiple fibers deep into a linen garb that was wrapped around a body for hours, to have the clots that formed, because even when you're dead, your body will still try to clot. So to have the postpartum clots form to the linen and not tear when the body was removed indicates the body phased through the cloth or ceased to exist. So like his body became immaterial and the cloth just fell through his body. That's what the wound patterns on the blood of the shroud indicates.
I was
Again,
imagining
how could
him
someone
floating.
think that? We have no idea.
I was imagining him floating in my head, but it's wrapped all the way around him. He's not just laying on top of it.
Yeah.
So that's nuts. So
The only way to get it off is dematerialize. Yeah. So we have no idea how they got it off without tearing the blood clots. We have no idea how the image was even made. We have no idea why they would use crucified blood, but he seems to like phase through the cloth and then he phases through the door later on. So he enters the door even though the door is locked. So we have scripture evidence that he was able to phase through things, and we have physical evidence on the shroud that whatever body was in it phased through the cloth without breaking the clots. So pretty cool. The other disciple who had first come to the tomb when they also entered, and he saw and believed. So what did he believe? He believed that Christ both resurrected and maybe also that he was God. For as yet they did not understand the scripture that he must rise again from the dead. So he now understands why this must happen. He understands that they are God. He has a very high Christology. He understands that God must be pierced and die and resurrect based on the scripture, which I went over in detail. And I'll eventually write a book on.
Luke mentions that too, where it's like post-resurrection, they had a new understanding. And that needs to be taken into account whenever someone's like arguing low Christology because of actions of the disciples before the resurrection. But it's like, that's not something that's hidden. The Gospels are telling us that. They're telling us that they weren't getting it. They weren't understanding it. And later on, they understood it. So like actually works with the
It's
Christian model.
really, really cool. It is. So it's like, oh, well, they had a low Christology. No, they didn't. The gospel authors all had high Christology. They had a low Christology at the beginning of the ministry, but not at the writing. And they're like narrating their thought processes as it happens. And like the Mark passage, which we've gone over a couple times now, of like we understand the walking on water by the feeding of the 5,000. Like that shows that Mark understands what's happening based on Jesus being God, which is just really cool. Also for the chat conversation about you, all of your stuff and your watch time that you need.
Mm-hmm.
If you do want to watch any of the old streams we've done, because we've done a lot of them now, most of them are on my channel because you didn't actually record the first like 20 or so that we did together. But if you want to go back and rewatch his old streams that we did together, that will give you, or just leave it on. Hey, here's the secret that YouTube doesn't want you to know. If you have some TVs, you can just turn on one of his streams on a TV and leave the room. Or if he has made a playlist of all the streams he's ever done,
I made a
intent to make
playlist
a
of all my
playlist.
live streams. And then I made a playlist of all my
Someone-
videos that aren't a live stream.
one might say, could put their speed on 0.25, turn down the volume to as low as it goes without being muted, and then press play, and then you get 4 times the watch time, no ads during that time because it's not counting towards ads, and then you are giving him a bunch of watch time in a playlist that's going to take like 200 hours to finish on 0.25 speed.
I didn't know that
10 people do that.
I didn't know that the 2.5 speed would increase the watch hours.
Yep.
Okay.
It sure does. Fun fact. Yeah. So there was at one point in time, because I used to do that for my own channel whenever it was a lot smaller. I had me doing it, and I had 2 of the grannies on the Islamic Dilemma server. They were all watching my content at 0.25 speed whenever I would publish a video, and that helped with the algorithm. Because of that, there were multiple times where I had more watch hours than watchers. So like, you know how you have like that graph that tells you percentages. I had one point, it was like 300% watch time down to like 102% watch time. So the first like hour or so, my watch time was so much extra that I got into more than 100% watch time on my videos.
Those grannies are carrying you.
It was awesome. Yeah. Actually, my demographics are really skewed because of my mom and the grannies that watch my channel. I have like 10 grannies that watch my channel. So my, the average viewers of my channel is by far men from 20 to 40, by far. The average, because YouTube statistics break down by people who watch versus how much is watched. So my actual watch hours, the female 50 to 70 group is like 20 times every other group, every other demographic. So I have like 10 grannies that watch all my content to fruition, start to finish. And like, I don't know what percentage of my watch time. I think it was like 10 to 15% of all my watch hours were from that specific group of women from 50 to like 60. So, or 50 to 70. Pretty fun. Anyway, help out a brother. You know, get some good old fashioned playlist streams, 0.25 speed, good time. So, do that for a week and then he will be monetized. I'm not a granny, but I'm approaching 50, so I'm getting closer to old man territory. Can you take that headdress off? I don't trust Muslims, they lie a lot. Yeah, no, I'm leaving on. I will take off one of my sheikh bands. So now you can trust me half as much. Oh, there we go. Okay, never mind. I have lost it entirely. So now I'm just not a sheikh. I'm just a random Muslim. But now I'm a Sith. Do it. Okay.
No.
But Mary was standing outside. No, you have lost. Actually, I'm getting a little hot. It takes a lot of effort to take off the full garb.
You don't
These
have
are
to
all
keep
buttons.
taking off clothing. We're okay. We're not playing strip poker.
It's getting hot in here, so I'm gonna take my clothes off.
Yeah. Time to get monetized. Do it, Chris. Take one for the team. If the Warner's willing to take one of the
Actually-
booty and join the Illuminati to help Islam, and if Malik's willing to eat spaghetti off of Libiano, you should be willing to strip for my channel.
I do have a little hole right here.
Oh,
You can see my skin through. Ooh, I'm showing some skin.
Well, that was pale down in there. That's what I
I
haven't
am
seen
very
done in a
pale.
long
Yeah.
time.
Like, woo! Yeah, I
You're
get
gonna
white.
blind them.
Oh yeah, you know. You keep track of drama as much as I do. The Warner did. Anyway, the stream went R18 all of a sudden.
Watch this second. There's like 300 people in the chat immediately.
So the disciples went away again. Actually, don't use bots. Bots destroy your algorithm. But Mary was standing outside the tomb crying, and so as she was crying, she stopped to look into the tomb, and she saw two angels in white sitting, one at the head and one at the feet, where the body of Jesus had been laid. So these do have the angels still, but they're different angels from the angels that actually rolled away the stone to begin with. And they had said to her, "Woman, why are you crying?" She said to them, "Because they have taken away my Lord, and I do not know where they have laid him." When she had said this, she turned around and saw Jesus standing there, but did not know that it was Jesus. Jesus said to her, "Woman, why are you crying? Whom are you seeking?" Thinking him to be the gardener, she said to him, "Sir, if you have carried him away, tell me where you have laid him, and I will take him away." While I strip, do you want to talk about the gardener?
Yeah. So this is super important. The first place that you see, the first setting in the Bible is the Garden of Eden, where Yahweh walks around and he's wanting divinity and humanity to exist there together. And even the word that it uses in the Hebrew for him placing the man in the garden is like to plant. It's almost like he's planting the man in the garden. And then, so gardens, they kind of have this connotation of being the place where divinity meets humanity. And you see garden type imagery in the tabernacle, and you see it in the temple, where they'll have pomegranates all over it and everything. And there also will be cherubim there, just like there were in the original Garden of Eden. And now at this new resurrection, the new creation scene where Jesus is just resurrected, the person that he's mistaken for is the gardener, because this is basically a high Christology claim where it's like what Yahweh was in the Garden of Eden, that's now what Jesus is in this garden. And she's seeing him and thinking him to be the gardener. It's full of meaning because he is the gardener, but that's not all he is. And then earlier in John's gospel, he said, "My sheep, they recognize my voice and they know me." So with that in mind, we can keep going with this scene.
"Sir, if you have carried him away, tell me where you've laid him, and I will take him away." Jesus said to her, "Mary." She turned and said to him in Hebrew, "Rabboni," which means teacher.
So yeah, and
Specifically means my teacher.
and he talks about how the
Yeah.
shepherd calls the sheep by name and they recognize his voice. So notice how she didn't recognize him until he says Mary. Then she turns and in Hebrew says Rabboni. Oh, so she must have been speaking Greek before this.
Yeah.
She was speaking Greek before this when she thought he was the gardener. Yep. Man, I'm telling you, there's so much evidence they spoke Greek.
Also, why is it Hebrew? I thought they spoke Aramaic. They don't speak Hebrew. No Jew spoke Hebrew in Second Temple Judaism. It was all just Aramaic. They didn't speak Greek. They didn't speak Hebrew. What are you talking about?
Yeah. So she says, "Teacher."
My teacher. Jesus said to her, "Stop clinging to me, for I have not yet ascended to the Father, but go to my brothers and say to them, I ascend to my Father and your Father, and my God and your God." See, Jesus has a God.
Yeah.
Therefore, he's not God.
Even though he was just the gardener in this recreation of Eden.
And my Father. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, but it's your Father too, so therefore he's not claiming equality with God. Mary Magdalene came announcing to the disciples, "I have seen the Lord."
Yeah.
And then he said these things to her. So while it was evening on that day, the first day of the week, this is again, the Mia Zabaton. So again, that Hebrew phrase in the Greek. And while the doors were shut where the disciples were, for fear of the Jews, Jesus came and stood in their midst and said, "Peace be with you." So again, he like phased through the door, or teleported into the room, but he was able to dematerialize to come into this room. If the shroud is real, then he was also able to dematerialize, or he automatically dematerialized whenever the resurrection happened. Which is kind of neat in and of itself, or he literally became light. But the 3D structure of the image implies that it wasn't moving when it was made. So it looked like he glowed brightly and then phased out of existence.
There's a book called Hyperspace by Mikio Kaku that I'll go into sometime when it's not the middle of the night and I'm not half asleep and we're not trying to get through 2 chapters. But I think resurrected bodies are hyperdimensional. And I'll explain why that is later and what that means.
I would probably concur with that. Yes. I think that's how we're going to be traveling as well in the resurrection. We'll just be able to zip around. So while it was evening on the day, the first day of the week, and while the doors were shut, and then he comes to them and says, "Peace be with you." And when he had said this, he showed them both his hands and his side. The phrase in Hebrew for hand indicates anywhere from elbow to fingertip. So I don't remember if that's how it is in the Greek here, but in the Hebrew, when it talks about how they pierce his hands, it can mean wrist as well. It doesn't mean just literally the palm. So where the wounds are likely still the wrist, but and his side. So he's showing them the evidence of his damage, the evidence of the crucifixion, yet he's alive. And also for the swoon theory nonsense stupidity, these people are seeing Jesus, recognizing him, and believing him to be God and resurrected based on his appearance. If he was half dead, covered in wounds, covered in blood, limping, not able to stand, not able to speak, if he was that, he only appeared to be killed on the cross, he survived it. That's such a stupid view, because no one would ever take him seriously that he resurrected, because they died for that belief. It's just incredibly dumb.
Well, remember, they're Jews,
so he appears to be
and they're looking forward to the new creation. Imagine going, "I want a new body just like that," and Jesus is walking in, eyeball hanging out, blood everywhere, can barely move. It doesn't make any sense.
Right. Yeah. Fully naked. The disciples then rejoiced when they saw the Lord, when they saw Yahweh. So Jesus said to them again, "Peace be with you. As the Father has sent me, I also send you." Oh, he's a Muslim. He said, "Shalom Achalim." So therefore, he is a Muslim, because that's obviously Assalamu alaikum. No, that's just a normal phrase. Jews still use that phrase. Muslims might even use that phrase because of the Jews. That's my book. And when he said this, he breathed on them and said, "Receive the Holy Spirit." Oh, receive Muhammad. "If you forgive the sins of any, of their sins have been forgiven them. If you return the sins of any, they have been retained." If you retain the sins of any, they've been retained. This mirrors the blessings of Matthew 16 and 18 when it comes to church discipline. I know Catholics, the hard Gentilisers. However, this guy said it earlier. He's back.
Well, look who it is.
Well, I sure am back.
Look who decided to crawl in.
slide in at the wrong time.
It's just like when Jesus came back after
Slip and
having
slide.
died, and he just slid right back in.
Rematerialized on the stream.
Well, hello, fellas. I've been listening the whole time. You know, I've been a bit of a spam bot in the chat, but so I want to interrupt. You continue on, but happy to be back.
No,
And
the separate one. All right, so we have this might be a claim to what the high church Orthodox groups say it is. It might also just be a claim of church governance, which is what the high church Protestants say it is. But I don't really think it is up for debate. And then, but Muslims and skeptics are like, oh, well, they have the ability to forgive sins, and that's given to them by God. Well, it's Jesus who actually gives it to them, but it's given to them just, the Father is the one actually allowing them to forgive sins. So therefore, Jesus forgiving sins isn't that big of a deal. But Jesus is forgiving sins of his own authority. He specifically says, so that I have this authority, get up and walk, which indicates that so that he has the authority to forgive sins in and of himself. He's not doing it through God. It's not like Elijah. He's doing it specifically as God. So, but Thomas, one of the 12 called Didymus, was not with them when Jesus came. So the other disciples were saying to him, we have seen the Lord, but he said to them, unless I see his hands, the imprint of the nails, and put my finger into the place of the nails, and put my hand into his side, I will not believe. And after 8 days, a little interesting thing that comes up, his disciples were again inside, and Thomas with them. Jesus came, the doors having been shut, and stood in their midst and said, peace be with you. Again, he's a Muslim, apparently. This 8 days is interesting because this comes up a lot in both the Bible in general and in Judaism specifically. So you have like the 8 days of the circumcision. You have the feast of the 8 days after Sukkot, whenever it's the end of the harvest, which mirrors Jesus's birth. Yes, and then it also mirrors Jesus's resurrection. So you have the 8 days representing new creation.
Did you mention that?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then so you have 7 days of creation. Oh, you're getting to that. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah. So yeah. Well, you can say it if you want. Actually, I can go pee while you explain it.
Oh yeah. So, well, there's not that much to say. It's just there's the 7 days of creation. The 8th day would mean the new creation, and so he's appearing to these guys at the time period of the new creation. Oh no, he took away the Bible. I can't even keep going with the Bible study.
Well, speaking on the 8th day, the festival, yes, Shalom from Saruman, young Saruman, or young Santa, whichever whichever direction of the persuasion you come from.
What color was Santa's hair before it turned white?
Good question. Good question. I would argue that it was probably blonde because he's of Germanic origin. No, the myth of Santa, not the actual Saint Claus. I'm not up to date on the saints.
I think the original dude might have been Turkish.
Oh, you know what? I think he was. Well, no, because Klaus, his name was Klaus.
Well, no,
that's
I think that's the
Turkish
Dutch
name.
That's the Dutch stuff.
Okay.
So Nicolaus was his original name. That's
right,
Greek
right,
for
right,
victory
right.
of the people.
Yeah, yeah. No, I think he was. I think the original guy was Turkish, and then it was. Well, and that goes back to Chris has hinted at this a couple times tonight. Our cheeky debate coming up. I think there's been a lot of pagan. What would be the word? Subterfuge? No, not that one. Intermingling that I would argue is not beneficial to the body of Christ. But he's back. That was the quickest pee in the world, especially for someone who's
Take notes on that, Steven. Because
I
every
did.
time you go pee,
I
you're
sent
gone
them
for
to
20
Chris.
minutes. And I'm always like, did his zipper get stuck? Or how much did they cut off on that circumcision?
It was pink. What are you talking about? It seems sketchy.
Well, it's my beautiful, my beautiful. It's either a hijab or a talit or it's. This is actually.
It's the lights. It's the lighting.
Well, no, it is this is pink actually.
Really?
The lighting is purplish.
You have those
Yeah,
purple
this
lights
is
behind you.
uh-huh.
Yeah.
But so it's a long story, but we're already this far in. We don't need any more long stories.
Hold on. I have proof of the purpleness. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
So
Y'all look purple there.
you can see how purple I am on my forehead. Yeah. And also that was before the sunburn. That was the good times.
Yeah, because on your
Man,
way
sunburns.
back, yeah.
I was lobstered. Yeah. I just saw the name Shake Ginger. That was a good name. No one commented on it. It was very sad.
I'm glad that's how you read it because I was reading it wrong in my head.
Well, it's
Yeah, with
ginger.
the hard R,
Ginger.
Christian, by his
Yeah.
dialect, we
The
already
hard
assume
R.
what part of the United States he's from. So he's one of those that will take the hard R.
Yo, I'm a G. I'm a
Ginger.
I'm a G ninja. Yeah, no. I did not, in fact, do that with my name, but.
Oh yeah!
Eight
Wow!
days.
Oh, I'm just not reading it. Yeah, that was probably not the way to go. G, because it actually in a certain cultural framework it would work. That'd be pretty cool. But definitely doesn't work in this one.
Not in my cultural framework.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank God for Chris's anyways.
Subscribe.
Yeah. To Christian Gadfly.
Then he said to Thomas, "Bring your finger here and see my hands, and bring your hand here and put it in my side. Do not be unbelieving, but believing." This is 8 days later, so he heard supernaturally the conversation that we're having, and then supplies the proof that he wanted with the direct wording. So he shows that he is divine here, and that he knows what happened when he wasn't present. He had the exact wording. He knew what his heart was feeling, and then he comforts him. And then Thomas responds to all of that with, "My Lord, my God." So obviously he believes Jesus is specifically God. And you have one "and" clause with "my Lord" and "my God."
That's what I was going to ask, Chris.
The definite articles on both of those, but
Okay, good. So what about a person who would make the argument that this was just an idiomatic phrase of the day, like how he would say, "Oh my God," what? I know most of the atheists I know would still use that "oh my God" phrase. So if someone to make that argument, what would be the rebuttal from the standpoint of saying that that's not what
Jews
they're doing?
don't do that.
Yeah, that's what I would say.
It's just that's not the
You
kind
would
of
have to give
dialogue
evidence.
that ancient Greco-Roman historiography recorded.
Right.
Right. Yeah. Like you also people today are very irreverent to God.
Mhm.
We use "oh my God" as like an insult or as an
A curse,
explicit,
almost
like
you stub your
you know,
toe and you say that.
yeah, profanity basically.
Right.
That would be, put to death of bull. Death
Yes,
penalty under certain eras around this time. So like if you said, "oh my Yahweh," in that way, you would literally be put to death for doing that.
Well, and that's one of
I'm
the
literally
arguments they
saying,
make,
like, "Oh my
that
God."
the name was lost because it was forbidden for the people to speak, except for the high priest once a year on Yom Kippur. And so for
'Cause they
someone
didn't
to
wanna
say
get
this
killed. They thought it was breaking the 10 Commandments.
blasphemy, right. It was too holy to say.
Right. Right. So why in the world would a Jew say "my God" in
Right.
in that type of way? It's just nonsense.
Hmm.
The Greek also doesn't seem to support that, but he appears to be claiming of Jesus one referent that he is both Lord and God.
Mhm.
But and then Jesus affirms it. See, Jesus said to him, "Because you have seen me, have you believed?" So what did he believe?
Right.
He believed that he was God.
Right.
So blessed are those who did not see yet believed. Believe what? That Jesus is God. So Jesus is blessing us Although we did not witness the resurrection, we believed in the resurrection. Although we
This
did not
verse
witness
is
Jesus as
written-
God on earth, we believe he
Uh-huh.
is.
This is directly written to us today. This verse right here.
Yeah.
The people that did not see. We are
Mhm.
we're in the Bible more than Muhammad ever was. And he says he was. And so that's pretty dang cool. Blessed are those who did not see and yet believe. That's us. That's everybody since
Us.
then.
Literally us.
Hmm.
Also, the mule adds that if we were reading the Old Testament, Stephen wouldn't have any funny stories. That is factually false, sir. We did both Genesis
Yeah,
and
we did.
Exodus,
Yeah.
and there were many times where we
And
went
we're
through
about to
one
get into
chapter
Joshua.
because those two and myself couldn't help ourselves to not get deeply off topic. So it's not
so,
because it's the New Testament versus Old
What's that
Testament.
old
We're just really
what's that
bad
old
about
saying?
staying on topic.
Stay tuned. Stay tuned. Keep those dials locked. There's more to come.
Yes.
And there's also more
Next
to
week we'll be going through Joshua.
Joshua is an awesome book. That's going to be a lot of fun.
There's a character named Joshua in Troll 2. I know you're talking
Your
about
dad
Troll
joke
2.
broke me for a moment.
Sorry, Chris. It's been a while since I've.
There's Mordecai. There's more to come, and there's Mordecai.
We'll get to Esther, God willing, one day. Maybe
that'd be
during
fun.
Purim, a couple months from now.
Years
it'll be
from now.
Purim. Well, yeah, at our pace, yeah, years from now.
Yeah, no.
But
So
what,
I'm like,
Chris,
you know,
we've got
I don't want to
the-
go through this for a while.
We've got the fall holidays coming up. You can just make some sort of
We
weird
do.
thing about me, and we can go through those because you're already schooled on all of them, and we can.
We did that last year, didn't we?
Yeah, we started on Yom Kippur, but we
Right.
missed Yom Teruah.
We didn't do
which,
Sukkot.
We did not do Sukkot because we were still newly friends at that time. I had never live streamed in my life.
Oh.
And then you had me on during Yom Kippur. So we'll live stream right from my sukkah. I'll build the sukkah and everything, and everyone can see what it's like and what it's about and what we do. That'll be fun. It'll be a lot of fun.
Man, if you weren't 12 hours away, I would definitely just join you in person. We could do it that way.
Oh man, Chris,
maybe next year.
Well, maybe something will come up where you can make it my way, and you can be there's it's a rabbinic tradition. It's called Ushpizin. There's actually a very cool movie called Ushpizin. It's a Hebrew movie, so you have to. If you don't know Hebrew, you got to have it in subtitles. But the whole idea of Sukkot is you have these guests in your sukkah. And Chris, we would be honored if you and your family bring your kids, bring your wife, and we will be the honored hosts of you, and we can stream from my sukkah. I build it every year. I used to build it when I was on an apartment where it was like on the third story, and I have to build it on the deck. It'll be very cool. And we have my my lulav and my esrog and everything, and we can do the prayers and that's where well, I'm talking too much. But anyway, cool things to come, everybody. Cool things to come. I, as a Mexican, have
As
given both
a
Steve and
Mexican,
Chris-
have given both Steven and Chris honorary Mexican cards. Gadfly, you're close to it.
I am genetically
I don't know,
Mexican,
Steven, what part?
so I get a little bit of a buy-in there.
Yeah.
A little bit of a buy-in.
Me siento un poco latino en mi corazón.
Ay, mi alma, mi amor.
You say I have a little Mexican in my heart?
I said I feel a little Latino in my heart. It's because I
Wait,
I
no,
lived
no,
in
he's
Chile when I was a
good.
kid.
This is the thing. This is the thing about Latinos is like Christian Gadfly. His accent, he's bought right in. I'm sure you've experienced, Christian, where you immediately talk to somebody in their language and they're appreciative.
Yep.
But when you've got the right accent, you're family.
Latinos are
And-
so sweet when you're trying to learn
They are.
Spanish.
They are. They're very
They
welcoming.
just like, you have the best Spanish I've ever heard in my life. Your Spanish is better than mine. It's like, okay.
No, but yours is good.
but also
that's why it threw me off
Yeah,
guard.
keep it coming. You know? Yeah.
Because you have the accent, you have the cadence. I think is more important than the accent. That lilting, you know, it's not just you can't just speak the words. There's a melody to it, and you got that. And that was when it was, like I said last stream. I think it was the first video I saw of yours was that the solving the Islamic dilemma, and at the end you use a whole bunch of Mexican curse words.
Yeah.
And I was like,
I was about to
wow.
go into to prove how Mexican I was.
I haven't heard that since I was a kid. So again, we're trying to get the views up on Christian Gadfly's channel. Everybody go check that. It's a very funny video. It's actually really shorter than I thought.
It's a really good video.
Yeah, with the robot.
It's like 50 minutes.
It's like 4 minutes, I think. Something ridiculously short. Yeah. But you know, you're captivated and you watch it, and it's and Allah is like a robot on the computer. It's great. It's really good. So
I think
they go. I don't remember. It's been a while since I did it. It's like, oh wow, is that really you? And then he goes, Olive, Love, man. Oh, it is him.
Yeah. And that's such a, you know, that's such an inside joke. You have to know Islam in order to get that, for it to be as funny as it is. But it's so funny. It's so stupid because it is so stupid.
Well, then the whole thing's mocking the idea that the Islamic Golden Age was this super technologically advanced utopia. And so it goes back to 1492 and everything's like space age. Yeah. And I have like a robot assistant.
There's a lot.
I will say that you're
Ese vato, cabrón. I meant to say carnal. Sorry.
Sure.
They both start with C. Say, sorry. Lo siento.
Pinche culero. Oh, I meant to say pecan.
Speaking of which, my Mexican friend, he would go up to white people and he'd be like, "Man, you're so cool. I'm gonna call you Julio." It's like, oh, okay, that's nice.
Well, my parents, or my bloodline was
Mexicans. Anyway.
There's a bit of a class system because they immigrated legally, which is a bit of a stretch of terms because most of them are cartel, but some of them did get here legally, and so they were weirdly racist towards the people that were not legally. And so my dad thought it was hilarious. Like we'd be driving by, there's some landscapers out, clearly, like, I mean, even in my neighborhood now, there's like Juarez. They brand it Juarez, which I think is not probably the best way to brand your landscaping company. But my dad thought it was so funny. You go, guys, whenever you drive by, you go, la migra, which is immigration. Mm-hmm. And he thought that was like a funny joke to scream out because they would all, you know, understandably panic. Yeah. But he was the same person. He had this weird class system, like, well, we got in, so we're better than you. But anyway, I'm talking too much.
I saw where there was some ticos on here earlier. I thought like people from Costa Rica. Quería hablar con ellos sobre come huevos, pero no puedo verlos ahora.
I think there was one person.
Okay. I don't know where they went. But there was a word down there for like a hippie type person, a come huevos, which is like an egg eater.
Wait, now huevos in Mexican
Why would you call that?
Is not a good thing.
Well, it can be balls, but usually it's
eggs.
Yeah, so
literally eggs. Yeah.
En la noche de algo.
Ate balls.
Ellos comieron un montón de huevos.
You eat the huevos of the Sultan.
Al sut.
Chupando salchiches.
Anyway.
What have you done, Chris? You had an established, wonderful channel, and then you get all these weird.
The vast majority.
the vast deference of people that are on here are
The vast majority of people on my channel do not speak Spanish, I think. So there's
Yeah,
been
good.
a
They don't need to know
significant
what I just
uptick in there's been a significant uptick in Spanish content on the channel as of last few weeks.
Wait, so you're saying
Since
we're beneficial
people
in our
realize that-
depravity?
My Spanish is so rusty. I get like most of the words you guys are saying, but there's a couple like nouns I don't get.
You probably don't know the verb
I grew up in a-
chupar, and you probably don't need to.
I grew up in a bilingual community in Spanish, but I just haven't used it in 17 years.
Anyway, Chris, you were saying about we were talking about blessed are those who did not see and yet believed.
Yeah, back
That's
to the
us.
Bible.
Yes.
Yeah.
Therefore, many other signs Jesus did in the presence of the disciples, which are not written in this book, but these have been written so that you may believe that Jesus is the Christ, the Son of God, and that believing you may have life in his name. So obviously, the Son of God here is a title of divinity and of his messiahship, and believing you may have life in his name. This is obviously Yahweh. It's a combination of Yahweh and Jesus as one entity. So Yahweh Yeshua is literally like, Yahweh is my salvation or Yahweh is my savior. If you were to take the meaning of those names, and like Yeshua is literally the word for salvation in Hebrew. So his Hebrew name literally just means salvation, and you have eternal life in his name, which means salvation. And also,
Chris, would you
Yehoshua,
say
Joshua,
that this
means
this verse
Yahweh
here
saves.
is saying there's enough written in this book to demonstrate that Jesus is this person.
Yes. Yes. These have been written so that you may believe. So this is like a proof text of it. And there is another verse, I believe, coming at the end in 21, which talks about if all things that were recorded that Jesus did, I suppose that even the world itself could not contain the books that would be written. Now, this is obviously hyperbole. I have met people, and actually I've met people who use this as a proof text that the New Testament doesn't contain all of the actions Jesus did, therefore the oral tradition is required. But this is obviously a metaphor. It's obviously not metaphor, it's obviously hyperbole. Because just Alexander, like just the Library of Alexandria could contain all of the things Jesus did in 33 years, even if you recorded every minute of his life.
Oh, just like literally statistically, you're saying. Like there,
Yeah,
you could have
in a literal frame.
if you took it like second by second, and
if you took every second of his life, recorded what was happening at that time that he did, like breath, heartbeat, breath, heartbeat, breath, heartbeat, moved hand. If you were that granular, there were still at that time enough books to contain it.
okay.
Now, there's not a sane person alive who would write that much nonsense, with most of it being just repetitions. But if you even do like a higher level view of like Monday, he got up at this time, walked this distance, ate this food, walked back this distance. Like if you were at that level, you could very comfortably fit not only his lifetime, but the lifetime of several other people in all the books that were available at that time. Now, you could do it on the nanosecond scale for a single person for 33 years. Because that's only a couple petabytes of information. Yeah.
Can you imagine you saying
data,
like, rate my fit?
Data compresses extremely easily based on actual to analog. So the compression ratio of what we all experience with our senses versus what you can describe it with words is extremely bad. So even if you were to use all the words that are physically possible in Greek, you would not fill up all the books of the world with the events of Jesus's life in 33 years. You just wouldn't. So this is obviously hyperbole. If you use this verse for any proof text for a specific doctrine, and you're taking it literally, I would highly encourage you to rethink the doctrine that you're presenting, or even just to like try to find a different proof text. I'm not saying that every belief that uses this as a proof text is necessarily false, but I don't think this should be used literally for any reason whatsoever.
And again,
John speaks in hyperbole sometimes.
Does this not, though? This is where Christian Gadfly can opine with his knowledge of the Greek. It says, "I suppose." So is that not just right off the bat an opinion where someone? I mean, it's being presented as, in my opinion. Is that how that's read? With the "I suppose" that even the world itself. Because I feel like that's kind of important there, because I don't know that I would necessarily go with hyperbole. I don't know. I'm not.
I think just more being like poetic and romantic.
That's what. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like,
like he clearly
I would
is
definitely
in love with Jesus. He loves Jesus,
mm-hmm.
and this is just an expression of that. You know.
Well, and I would say he's also witnessed so many things that he didn't record in this telling of it.
Right.
But I feel like the verses before we hear that what we've got in this is enough. It's enough. What we've got here is enough. And
here's the
there's
point.
So much more, basically.
He's not trying to make some scientific statement about books and papers and the size of the earth. He's trying to say Jesus is freaking awesome. That's what he's trying to say.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I would say I just said that the last night to somebody. So it's
I feel like I get John. I know that sounds maybe conceited to say, but of all the gospels, I feel like I'm picking up what he's putting down a lot of times. Like I feel like he thinks like I do the most out of all of the four evangelists. You know, like I've pointed out this stuff. I'm talking about like Coldpost, the bosom, and how that was parallel language in the Last Supper and with Jesus, and recognizing the voice of the shepherd, and he calls Mary, and then she knows that it's him, and the charcoal fire. There's all this stuff that I feel like I'm good at picking up what John's trying to tell. And I don't know if I'm just delusional.
Because I tend to lean towards Luke. Luke is my favorite gospel because I feel like I'm more of like a methodical thinker. And for me, Luke does that. You know, he's more of like it's just like this, and this makes sense because this. John, to me, I used to view it as so like philosophical, but it wasn't until we went through it together. Now, you know, I'm 40. I think I'm 40 or 41. I don't remember how old I am, but however old I am,
25.
And I've been reading this for a long time, but it wasn't until we went through it together that I realized John is not as lofty as I mean, it's there, but it's not like, you know, when you approach, like, if you read like, oh, you need to read Tolstoy or Dostoevsky, and this is like a pinnacle of that's how I view John, is like it's like a higher thing. But then when we were going through it, there's definitely that stuff in there. But at the same time, I don't think it was written that way. I think that's kind of built into it. But it's very approachable in a way that, like I said, until we went through it together, that I realized that it's not as philosophical or as lofty as I once thought. There's still that really approachable, relatable human element to it that is just it's really cool to see.
Yeah, and he's trying to spotlight his buddies from Bethsaida more that he grew up with, or Bethesda.
Yeah.
No, Bethsaida. And spotlight apostles that aren't such a big deal in the other gospels. You know, like Nathaniel. Here's dialogue from Nathaniel. What other gospel has dialogue from Nathaniel? He's had it a couple times. You can tell he loved Nathaniel. And he has dialogue from Andrew. No one else has dialogue from Andrew. And Thomas.
It's pretty cool. Even though Andrew is like, you know, one of the guys.
Yeah.
He still just doesn't really do much.
Yeah.
The brother of Peter, one of the first 2 witnesses to Jesus.
Mm.
He's literally the second person to ever follow Christ. He gets like what, 2-3 lines of dialogue
Yeah.
in the Gospels, and it's like John. It's like, oh well, John is one of the other guys. He spent the most time with him because they're also from the same region. They were fishermen together.
Right.
So like him, Peter, James, and Andrew were in the same region, the same profession, likely knew each other. And Andrew's the one that got Peter to believe, and then John believed because he was a disciple of John the Baptist. So it's like such an interesting grouping there. And we have John caring more about certain people than others, and he highlights them, he shows them, which is just to be expected. But it's so neat how all of the Gospels, you know, click together so seamlessly, so easily.
Yeah.
While also having all the personalities of the authors themselves.
It's almost
which
as
is just
though the
mind-blowing.
authors had intimate knowledge of these things.
Almost as if the New Testament
kinda
is
seems
what it
like that.
claims to be and is true.
Right.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Anyway. All right. Last chapter. We're going to run through this. We're not going to. Last week we went over most of the chapter, so we'll probably finish in like 15 minutes. So after these things, Jesus manifested himself again at the disciples at the Sea of Tiberias. Again, a reference to knowledge that you needed to be there to know, as the Sea of Galilee was what it was primarily called throughout history, but it was called the Sea of Tiberias for a couple of years. And he manifested himself in this way. Simon Peter called Thomas called Didymus, and Nathanael of Cana in Galilee, and the sons of Zebedee, and the 2 others of his disciples were together. Simon Peter said to them, I am going fishing. They said to him, we will also come with you. They went out and got into the boat, and that night they caught nothing. But when that day was now breaking, Jesus stood on the beach, yet the disciples did not know it was Jesus. So Jesus said to them, children, do you have any fish? So this is unrelated to what we talked about last week, but why in the world did Jesus choose fishermen specifically? Out of all the people, out of all the professions, out of all the things, why did he choose fishermen for the first 4 disciples and for the 4 most important disciples? All 4 of them were fishermen. None of the other 12. Those 4 were fishermen. Why did he choose fishermen? It's such an interesting thought.
One of the potential answers to the question, well, of course, there's the obvious, fishing fish versus fishing men. But something else interesting is that in the Old Testament, in one of the minor prophets, I think it's Micah, I can't remember, but it describes the Babylonians coming in as fishers of men, taking people out of exile. It's appointing these fishers to be fishers of men is kind of undoing the damage of the Babylonian exile. He's ending the exile. That's what I think it is.
Bringing life to the people. I like to also focus in on the character you need to be a fisherman, especially back then. It's different. Like there's a different type of fishing than what we do now. To be a fisherman back then, you had to have endurance. You had to have strength. You had to have strength of character in order to, persevere through all of it. You had to have your wits and your knowledge about the sea, and no matter what turbulence was going to come against you, you had to be able to deal with it at that moment in time. So no matter what was happening with the fish, no matter what was happening with the storm or the waves or whatever, you had to be adaptable. So you have to be an adaptable, strong-willed, perseverant person who's patient. These are all the qualities you need to do evangelism. So he's finding people with innate, grown, and developed qualities that would make them effective evangelists, and also blue-collar workers who know the lay of the land, who can speak the language, who can write these things, who can talk about these things, who can testify to these things, and not be imposing, not be intimidating like the Pharisees or Sadducees, but these are your common folk. These are people who have lived with you, known you, understand you, and now these people are going out to you as these fishers of men, showing all of their intimacy of like, hey, I'm a Jew like you. I'm not like a Jew like the Pharisee. I'm not a Jew in all these other ways. I'm just an average guy who loves Jesus, who wants to talk about Jesus with you. and they can deal with the rejection, they can deal with the hardship, they can deal with uncertainties and weird things happening because ministry is messy. They have this profession that's preparing them to deal with people. And then Jesus gives the illusion of, you've fished for all these fish that are ununderstandable in a way because they just do random things at times from the stimuli that happens around them. You're used to the unexpected, you're used to the uncomfortable. Now go do that for my people. Go save them, go redeem them, go bring them home. You have to cast the net. These fish are lost in a way. You can say these fish are lost. They need to be taken to the humans to eat them, but these fish have to be gathered together by the fishermen. And now we have all these people who are lost, who are ready for the harvest. And now we have these fishermen casting their nets. And the ones who are true, the ones who will be called by Christ, they will be pulled in by the net. Those who have rejected Christ will be slipping through the cracks. They'll slip through any tear in the net. They'll slip through any way that they can to not be caught in the net, not to receive salvation, not to be brought in. So you have Jesus giving the character of his main 4 disciples. He's giving them the character of these specific profession, which I think is intentional and on purpose.
Mm.
Any other thoughts?
What am I thinking of, Chris, when Jesus says it wasn't a good day for fishing, and then he goes, cast out your nets, and they say, no, well, it's not really that good of a day, and he says, no, good, go do it anyway. Oops, sorry, I got a dog invader.
Isn't that the beginning of the Gospels in
yeah, I think so, yeah,
Luke or Matthew?
And so back to what you were talking about with
this is a parallel.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, so when you were talking about fishermen specifically, they did have an experiential knowledge of what they were doing, and what they had to do was override that. They trusted. Jesus said, "No, let's go. Let's go do this," and then it was beyond their best day. But at first, their natural knowledge told them, no, we've already done. We've been at work all day. It's not working out. But in trusting him, they go and do that, and it ends up very differently.
Right. Which we see that mirrored in both the beginning of the ministry and the end of the ministry.
And
so again, there's a lot of circular parallels happening all throughout John, with the middle of John proving Jesus is God in John 8 and John 10. So you have the beginning of it, the end of it shows he's God. You have the virgin tomb and the virgin birth. You have the calling of the disciples with their professions, how they go back to it. You have the reaffirmation of Peter. You have the anointing of Jesus. You have Jesus teaching both at the Sermon on the Mount and in the synagogues. You have Jesus going out and resurrecting the dead and taking care of people. He resurrects the little girl, then he resurrects Lazarus. You then have Jesus claiming to be God in the temple during Passover a year before he's going to be killed. So you have all of the parallels at the beginning of his life, and it's all just circular all the way throughout. And then here we have him teaching them, oh no, you're not going to fish based on your knowledge. You're going to fish based on my knowledge. I will show you who to cast your net on. And I will show you who to evangelize to. And the idea of the right side of the boat versus the left side of the boat mattering, if anyone's ever fished, this is incredibly stupid. The space between that side of the boat and this side of the boat is 5 to maybe 15 feet, depending on how wide the boat is. It's not much. It might be even less than 5 feet. It's going to be enough, almost no effect whatsoever, especially with the type of nets they're using. And yet they did it anyways. And because they listened to God, even though it seemed little, even though it seemed insignificant, even though it seemed like it was stupid, they still did it anyways. And because of that, they cast, and then they were not able to haul it in because of the great number of fish. The first time they were able to haul it in, but the nets started to break. This time they couldn't even haul it in because the harvest is so large that they can't take it all into their little boat. So then they need a bigger boat. They need the fullness of the kingdom. They need the fullness of God. Whenever Jesus comes, and now it's not just the Jews who are breaking the net, but now it's the Gentiles and the Jews who will be harvested. Now it's too large of a haul for the net to withstand, to contain. So it spills out into the world. Just interesting, cool stuff. But then we have the Peter narrative. Therefore, the disciple whom Jesus loved said to Peter, oh, also we got a question earlier. Were they near the beach? How did they hear Jesus? This actually is a interesting thing in the Gospels. If you notice, Jesus teaches next to caves, he teaches on mountains, and he teaches on beaches. Why is that? Those are natural amphitheaters. The wind on the beach will carry your voice, and the surface tension of the water, as long as it's not stormy out, will actually echo your voice further. Caves magnify the voice and echo it outward, and mountainsides do a similar thing. So Jesus would naturally teach in basically amphitheaters that are just exist. So you could hear people surprising distance. Like if a dude is at the top of a mountain, he yells out, you likely will be able to hear it at the bottom of the mountain. It might not be very clear, it might be a little muffled, but you can still hear the words. And if he's talking like, me and you across the room and me shouting, like it's going to be roughly equivalent. But if we're like all kind of congregated on the mountain, it's going to be like he's using a speakerphone, which is pretty cool. You can go test that yourself. You can go to Israel and test it yourself if you want. Oh, you left. All right, let's finish quickly while he's not here.
Go for it.
Therefore,
all right, I slowed it down. Please keep going. Please keep going.
Therefore, the disciple whom Jesus loved said to Peter, it is the Lord. So when Simon Peter heard that it was the Lord, he put his outer garment on, for he was stripped for work, and he cast himself into the sea. But the other disciples came in the little boat, for they were not far from the land, but about 200 cubits away, dragging the net full of fish. So they weren't able to get into the boat, but they were dragging it towards the land, which again, so this is like a football field away, by the way. So they were a football field away. He swam the whole distance, which is, kind of based. But instead of waiting to row for the football field distance of swimming, this is like 100 meters for the non-Americans. Instead of doing that, it's 100 yards, 100 meters. He leapt into the sea and swam that whole distance. That's a good swim. That's a hard swim for people out of shape. But he still did it because he wanted to be with Christ so badly that he underwent significant physical, I was going to say struggle or turmoil. That's not quite right. Just like difficulty. He went through a lot of exercise to get to Christ. He went through the waves. He went through the pain of it to get to Christ because Christ is so valuable to him. So no hesitation, no waiting. So when they got out on the land, they saw a charcoal fire pit in the charcoal fire in place and fish placed on it and bread. So Jesus miraculously supplied fish and bread again, just like the feeding of the 5,000, the 4,000. We went through this last week, so I'm not going to go through it too much, but it is interesting that even though he may have felt shame from his denial of Jesus, whenever Jesus called out to him, he still did not hesitate to go to him, which is good for us. Even whenever you're failing, even whenever you're sinning, even whenever you are a sucky person, you can still love Christ enough to reach out and run to him, and he will accept you. He loves you and he cares for you. And we need to have this fervor and this view of, even though I made a mistake, I still love God. God doesn't hate you because you made a mistake. He still loves you. And he still will open, like the prodigal son, he will welcome you back. He will guard you of shame, and he will call you his beloved son and daughter again. Anyway. So he goes up, and there's 153 large fish, which is quite heavy. If you assume that each fish is like a pound or two, it's like 300, 400 pounds of fish. So it's why the nets and 2 people are not able to easily pick it up. Because if you imagine fish are wiggling about, you have a wiggling about fish that's around 300, 400 pounds. 2, 3, 4 people are not going to easily pick up that net. So, and then they eat breakfast, and then he affirms him 3 times, and then there's the love passages. We went through all that last week. And then he affirms him as the shepherd again. Truly, truly, I say to you, when you were younger, you used to gird yourself and walk wherever you wished. When you grow old, you will stretch out your hands, and someone else will gird you and bring you to where you do not wish to go. Talking about how he will be crucified. This signifies that Peter was already dead whenever John wrote, which would also indicate that in chapter 19 or 20, whenever he outruns him, he is saying that of his friend who has already died and been crucified for the faith. So he's still able to be like lighthearted with his friend who was either, recently killed or killed like within the last 10, 15 years. It's very interesting. The view of Christians, and this is what one of my favorite evidences of Christianity is the immediate disdain of death that Christians exhibited during the persecutions by the Romans and the Jews. There's even, I think it was Pliny the Younger. I think he in his letter to Rome wrote about the Christians and they were describing them. And he talks about how they had a disdain for death. I can actually pull up that document real quick and read it. It's one of my favorite phrases. And I have that in my Confidence in Christ video series notes that I never actually made. Fear of disdain. Doot, 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 doot. All right. So this is all of the quotes we have on Jesus. So this is Lucian of Samosata. So I was wrong. This is 150 AD or so. The Christians, worship a man to this day. So they worship a man in the hundreds. So not at Nicaea. They worship Jesus. I can actually go ahead and present this, and I think we're about done with John 21. So we'll go through this and maybe chill. So you have this this quote I'll be reading from. The Christians, worship a man to this day, the distinguished personage who introduced their novel rites and was crucified on that account. You see, these misguided creatures start with the general conviction that they are immortal for all time, which explains the contempt of death and voluntary self-devotion, which are so common among them. And then it was impressed on them by their original lawgiver that they are all brothers from the moment they are converted and deny the gods of Greece and worship the crucified sage and live after his laws. All this they take quite on faith, with the result that they all despise all worldly goods alike, regard them merely as common property. So all the goods of the world, all of the worldly things, they are common property to Christians of the first century. But I love this phrase here. They have a contempt of death and voluntary self-devotion, which are so common among them. The first 2 generations of Christians were so based, so in love with Jesus, so on fire for God, they had a contempt of death to the extent that Roman historians noted that it was both unusual and common among them. And this is why the Romans couldn't scare them into giving up their religion. Christians at this time were not scared of Roman crucifixion. They followed Jesus even at the cost of their maiming and death because of their love for him. We see that in the Gospels. So like for example, here with John is like, he knows where Peter is. He knows Peter is with Jesus, and he's still able to, even though Peter was brutally killed and tortured, John is still able to be lighthearted about his friend because he knows where he is. He knows what is waiting for him. He knows that death has been killed. He knows that Jesus has given him eternal life. The witness of Jesus had this confidence. Confidence to the point of death. You can have it too. You should have it too. If you don't have it, get it. We are living in an age where there's greater harvest than any other time period in history. We have AI tools that can translate all of our words instantly in any language, not only in text, but also in audio. I could have this conversation with someone in fluent Chinese through AI right now, witnessing to them about Jesus. We have more ability to preach the gospel than any other generation in history. We have more access to the knowledge to do so. We have more burden to do so, and we have more responsibility to do so. And on the day we are judged, if we are not actively fulfilling that right now, he will ask us. Like, imagine if Paul had the tools we had today, what he would accomplish with them. Why is the church so weak when it comes to evangelism right now? Why is the church so weak when it comes to discipleship, when it comes to edification, when it comes to building up the younger, when it comes to building up the kingdom, the spiritual army of God who is going to bring this message to the world? Why? Are we putting the worldly goods above their rightful place of common property, or are we actually having the view that, Jesus is enough, Jesus is everything? What are we prioritizing? I'm saying this of myself too. I'm not saying I'm a perfect person. I suck. Saying we as Christians, are we doing what we should be doing? If not, why not? How do we fix it? But yeah, that's the Gospel of John. Yeah. So, if you missed any of them, go check them out on Christian's channel. Again, some really based people should just play his stuff in the background with no other YouTube videos going. He needs 300 hours.
Yeah, it doesn't update constantly, so it's not going to let me know until sometime tomorrow.
Like a week from now.
Yeah.
It's kind of annoying, but
I'll update it with a
we'll get
screenshot
there.
next time it's a new number.
Cool. But it is 1 a.m. and I told myself I was going to go to bed at 11:30, so I should go to sleep.
Me too.
I need to wake up in 6 hours.
I'm not even going to shower. I'm going to go straight to bed. I love you all. I'll end it with a prayer. God, thank you so much for this opportunity to learn from your servant, John. The love he had for you is evident even in English, even in another language, even 2,000 years later. I pray that that love could be poured into each and every heart here through your spirit, that we would go out and show that love that John had for you to the world. Help us to be little Christ of the world. And Jesus, we love you. In your precious name we pray, amen. Good night, everybody.
Amen.
I love you all.
Good night. May the grace of the Lord Jesus Christ, love of God, and fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with you always.